Good morning, everyone. I'm just bringing up my welcome to today's Clearwater County Council regular meeting for May 14th, 2024. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any written or verbal information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information Privacy Act, FOIP 41. Call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. Adoption of the agenda. Any additions or anything? If not, looking to adopt. Okay, thank you, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Oh.
Nope, for the next item.
Next item, okay. All right, so adoption of the minutes. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. I just have a question on 5.2 around that bylaw 1188-24. I believe that I voted in favor of that.
Okay.
I wonder if we could just have that checked.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So we will just table the adoption of the minutes until administration has an opportunity to have a look at that, maybe at a break or later on today. So motion to table the minutes of the April 23rd meeting. Will you make that, Councillor Ratcliffe? Okay, thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. So moving on to 4.1, we have a public hearing for bylaw 1163-23, and I will call the hearing to order at 9:01. Now to outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent. Breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the development officer will explain the background to the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone who is present whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application, and the applicant has the last word and thus respond to any issues previously raised. So to start off, I will turn it over to Mr. Bisson.
Thank you, Ray Swanson. Good morning, Council. So Lane Moore currently holds title to Plan 0724272, Block 2, Lot 1, containing 93.90 acres of land. The subject land is mainly designated agriculture district. The subject property is located approximately 5.5 miles or 8.8 kilometers northeast of the village of Caroline. The landowner has made application to redesignate 5.5 acres located in the east central portion of the quarter section from ag to country residence agricultural. The remaining 88.40 acres of the quarter section would remain under the agriculture district. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant will then proceed with the subdivision application process to create a 5.50 acre CRA parcel. The proposed undeveloped 5.5 acre parcel is described as flat, heavily treed land. Access to the proposed CRA parcel and the remainder of the quarter can be obtained from an existing shared access off of Range Road 5-3, adjacent to the east property boundary. The applicant is proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow them to subdivide off a new yard site so that they can develop it and retire from farming. Once developed, the landowner will then sell the existing developed yard site from and the farm infrastructure with the remainder of the quarter section. The landowner anticipates that the remainder of the quarter will be more appealing to potential purchasers with the developed residential yard site. The parcel located in the southern portion of the quarter section is owned by the Crown, represented by Alberta Environment, and was swapped with the province by the landowner due to a water body in lowlands located within the parcel. Other surrounding land uses in the area are mainly agricultural, with a few residential parcels and one recreational parcel located directly to the west of the quarter section. The attached package provides more detail, and the landowner is supposed to be present this morning, but I see he's not shown up as of yet. So perhaps what I'll do is I'll move on to policy, and if you have any questions, we'll go from there. So as we look at Clearwater County's policy, we've got some information in there from the provincial government, some things to look at when it comes to subdivision and redesignation. The Municipal Development Plan 2023. The main focus on the Municipal Development Plan with this application is policy 10.2.1, which states that Clearwater County shall allow one parcel off of a quarter section. And then as we move on to 10.2.2, notwithstanding 10.2.1, Clearwater County may approve one additional parcel if it is redesignated prior to the subdivision application. The policy 10.2.6 deals with the size of the parcel, and as you guys can see, the applicant is proposing a 5.5 acre parcel, which is just slightly larger than the allowable size for an undeveloped parcel. However, he is proposing to have a panhandle driveway, which approximately adds about an extra half an acre, so it does meet the allowable sizes. I've also included section 14, which deals with municipal reserves, and those would be collected if the proposal is adopted here today and the subdivision is approved by the Municipal Planning Commission. Policy considerations. The redesignation of the proposed land is to allow for the subdivision of an undeveloped yard site so that the landowner can sell the developed yard site and farm infrastructure with the remainder of the quarter section. Access to the property is from a joint access off of Range Road 5-3, adjacent to the east property boundary. Staff reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farming operations in the area. Should the proposed land use amendment subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the fourth title out of the quarter section. The parcel of land registered as Plan 882-1299, Block 1, Lot 1, located directly south of the quarter section, was given to Alberta Environment many years ago as part of a land swap. Administration believes that this parcel should be considered as environmental reserve as written in the restrictive covenant registered on the parcel. The environmental parcel is public land that is undevelopable. We therefore believe that the proposed parcel should still be considered the third title out of the quarter section, which would align with MDP policy 10.2.2. The landowner has applied to redesignate a slightly larger parcel to encompass the panhandle driveway. Our recommendation is at the regular council meeting held on September 26th, council reviewed and gave first reading to Bylaw 1163-23. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspaper, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to Bylaw 1163-23.
Thank you. Now I'm going to ask council if you have any questions for the development officer. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melha.
Thank you, Reeve. At what number of titles on a quarter section do we trigger an outline plan requirement?
So for a multi-lot subdivision creation, that typically kicks in when we are creating the fourth title, which this could be considered the fourth title if council believes that the parcel on the south end of this quarter is not environmental reserve or an environmental reserve parcel.
Supplementary?
Yes.
Is this how they do it still, where they actually title their environmental easement? Or is it typically now just an easement put on title with the entire quarter outlining where that is?
Sometimes it's registered as environmental reserve parcel. However, I believe it would be registered with the county now. And that would typically be done if there is a demand for public access to that area. Most of the time, as Municipal Planning Commission members would know, when it comes to subdivision of a fragmented parcel, we typically see them, the environmental reserve portion be registered by an easement.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Reeve, are there any utilities existing on this parcel? And has any construction started?
When the site inspection took place back in October, there were no utilities in place as of yet. I do know that the landowner was starting to do some groundwork to prepare a site to build on, but I'm unaware of any utilities being put on this parcel.
All right, thank you.
I have a question in regards to this environmental piece. Are there any adjoining, like, I see it's continuous to the lower land, so is there the adjoining quarters, I'm assuming to the south, has got the same type of easement, and is there, is it a tributary to a creek, or?
I believe that is the Raven River, and you're absolutely correct. The property to the south has the same type of parcel registered there as well.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for the development officer? Seeing none, I would now ask if there have been any comments received from referral agencies, please.
Yes, there has. TELUS Communications responded that they had no concerns. Blue Mountain Power Co-op had no objection and indicated that they're the not-for-profit service provider in the area. Fortis reviewed it and determined that no easement is required. Rocky Gas Co-op has no concerns or objections to the application. They do require that there be they have no objection to the application or the proposed subdivision that's part of this application. Public Works Operations indicated that they had no concerns or comments. Public Works Infrastructure, they reviewed the application and have no objection. They did indicate that 5.18 meters of road widening should be taken along the north and east property boundaries of the quarter section. However, upon further investigation, that has already been taken. Alberta Health Services, the aforementioned application has been received by our office, and we are satisfied that it poses minimal risk to the public health. They reviewed the application and also included their standard setbacks for setbacks from their water well and buildings and so on. The subject parcel is located within 100 meters of the Raven River, and this raises some concerns with the suitability of an on-site sewage. Please ensure that the proper authority is provided opportunity to provide comments on the application. And so that would be up to the septic installer to make sure that the minimum setback distances are met. Mapping of the current surrounding land use, existing of the neighbors' wells and sewage systems should be done in order to ensure compliance with Section 15. At this time, they have no objections to the approval of the application. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on October 11th, 2023. MPC recommends that Council favorably consider granting second and third reading to the Land Use Amendment Application number 15-23 to amend the Land Use Bylaw. And the MPC provided the following reason for their decision. The proposal can be considered the first residential parcel out of the quarter section. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing that the applicant is not here to speak, I would like to invite the public, if there's anyone member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application? Seeing none, I would now ask the development officer if there are any written submissions in favor of the request.
No written submissions in favor were received.
Thank you. Now going to ask any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application. And seeing none, I'd ask Mr. Bisson if there were any written submissions opposing this request.
One written submission was received yesterday from Mike and Judy Shimonik. We strongly oppose the proposal of another title off of the Northeast 937.5. The quarter already has 3 titles on, to it. Even though the county says one title would not be, should not be accounted for due to the fact that it may never be developed, is an unreasonable assessment. If there was compensation for this exchange, it should be considered a title. Thank you.
Thank you. Being as how again, the applicant is not present for any final remarks, I will now close the hearing at 9:16 and no motions will be entertained at this time. Okay. Now moving on to in the agenda in regards to the next agenda item, 5.1, consideration of second and third readings of the bylaws 1163/23. Go ahead, Mr. Bisson.
The purpose of bylaw 1163-23 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw 714-01 to redesignate 5.50 acres of Plan 0724272 Block 2, Lot 1, which is part of the Northeast 937.5, from Agriculture District to Country Residence Agriculture District. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowner will proceed with the subdivision process to subdivide the redesignated lands from the remainder of the quarter section to create an undeveloped 5.50 acre CRA parcel. Please refer to the documents attached to the agenda for the public hearing for further details. At the regular council meeting held on September 26, 2023, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 1163-23. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 1163-23.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Looking for any questions or motions for the development officer. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Can you outline what an outline plan would consist of?
So an outline plan for I guess in this situation would entail details as to if the parcel is developable. So if there's if the ground is suitable, if there's room for septic system, if there's adequate water supply there, it could cover off those 3 main items. It could go into more detail if, for instance, there was stability issues with I guess slumping into a river or creek. But in this case, I think if we requested an outline plan, it would be a basic outline plan.
Thank you.
I have a question on it would be the previous photo where it indicates the residences above. Maybe it's the one after. Anyways, it has the yellow stars. Yeah, there's that one. So would be the west side. There are 2 residents in that particular piece, that subdivision.
So that's Lazy M Lodge.
Okay.
I believe there is 1 residence there, and I'm not sure what the second residence would be on that on that property. It could be for help with running that operation. I believe, and this would be a question for a regional fire, but I believe there would be a rural address for the buildings used for the lodge as well.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
Yes, I have a real problem with this one. I see 4 titles here. The MGA says 5 acres max This wants 5.5. This is undeveloped land. I see 4 titles with this one. Crown holds title to that bottom acre as far as I can see. They're gonna be using a common driveway to get in here, I take it. I don't like setting precedents here, and the public conception is gonna be totally out there that we're doing something out that we said we weren't gonna do. So I will not vote in favor of this, period. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Radcliffe, and we'll go to you, Councillor Graham.
I will make the motion
Thank you.
that council grant second reading to bylaw 1163/23 to amend the land use bylaw as including the staff recommendations. I will have difficulty supporting this motion myself. It's very similar to one we turned down last week, or last meeting. I think the the panhandle driveway offsets the extra half acre, so that's not my concern. It's just trying to be consistent with council's previous action.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I would agree with both of the councillors who spoke previously to me. I'm also concerned with the fact that it's not a residential area. It's the Lazy M Ranch. They do more public things. It's not just a quiet little residence that's sitting there. It's something that causes a lot of traffic and a lot going on for the agricultural parcels surrounding it. So I do have concerns with the adjacent properties as well because of that. I agree, the driveway, I didn't support a parcel that shared a driveway, and I brought up the Highway 11 driveway because it just doesn't work. You don't know who's gonna live there in the future. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Maloff.
Thank you, Reeve. For me, it's actually the lack of outline plan. 10.2.7 of our municipal development plan says that to get 4 or more, an outline plan would be required, and it would actually help solve some of the issues that you had mentioned. Some of our referral agencies had discussed the sensitivity of the Raven, septic issues. So an outline plan would visit things like a septic study, environmental study, ensure the setbacks aren't affecting the Raven, etc. So for me, I won't be supporting a second reading, simply because I think that we need that more information in order to make a better educated decision. So I think an outline plan would be appropriate in order to make this decision. So I won't be supporting second reading.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions on the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Question and then a comment. Just the reasoning for the Municipal Planning Commission, if I heard that correctly, was it the reasoning was to favorably consider this proposal due to that this would be the first residential parcel out of the quarter? Did I hear that correctly?
That is correct.
Just seems odd. The first residential parcel, there's multiple houses already. How could that?
So it's the first parcel out of the quarter that's designated country resident, or it would be the first parcel out of the quarter designated country residence agricultural. Had Mr. Moore applied for this application prior to the adoption of the 2023 MDP, this application would have been considered the first parcel out. It would not have needed to come to council, and it could have actually been signed off by the chair of the Municipal Planning Commission.
I don't know, I just find the statement somewhat a little bit misleading. It's the first residential parcel out when there's already existing houses on there. But anyways, to move on, I will not be supporting this. I've had phone calls and concerns from multiple residents that are not in favor of this application, so I will not be supporting it.
Okay, thank you. Because this is in the sensitive area in regards to the Raven, I am in agreement with Deputy Reeve Maloff in regards that I feel that there needs to be more information and the proximity to the Raven. That is a world-renowned river, and I want to make sure that if we are doing, or we are approving more development in that area, that we have the absolute best information to make that information. So I would agree with Deputy Meloff in regards to an outline plan. I would suggest, Councillor Northcott, that because it would be a residential parcel, because the Lazy M would be under a different zoning. It would not be designated residential, correct? Mr. Bisson?
That's correct.
Okay, yeah,
Lazy Lodge would be a designated recreational facility.
right. So, all right, the second motion for second readings on the floor. Any further? Oh, go ahead.
I
Mr.
was just
Bisson.
going to suggest perhaps council would consider tabling the item to allow the applicant to prepare an outline plan and bring that back to council. Is that something that that council would be would consider?
Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. Could we not do that for, you could table or postpone third? Yes, or do we need to do that for second? Just looking for,
Either or.
and then would that ensure that another public hearing with the outline plan information is available if we,
I
because that's
believe.
changing the entire context of.
I believe as part of the outline plan adoption, there would be a opportunity for a public hearing as well.
Okay, because it would be adopted separately than the,
That's correct, yeah.
thank you.
Go ahead, I don't know who blinked eyes. I'll go with this, my immediate left, Councillor Northcott.
Okay, I won't be in favor of tabling this, and I would also like to request a recorded vote. There's already a motion on the table, so.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I find the development officer's suggestion to be very positive, that we give the landowner, the applicant, the opportunity to provide additional information rather than slamming the door. So I'm not sure what process we need to do to table that.
I'm just wondering in regards to if, CO Emmons, process, please.
Thank you, Reeve Sorensen. My suggestion is there's already a motion on the floor. That motion needs to be dealt with. If that passes, then there would be an opportunity to table it before third, and that would be quite clean. If it doesn't have support to complete second, respectfully, I would suggest why have the applicant go through the cost of an outline plan?
Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, I have a problem with this whole thing because the public perception is that this is fourth title out of this quarter of land. And we said absolutely not without an area structure plan. And the outline plan is an extra cost that I will not be in favor of. I am dead against this because we are gonna be setting a precedent, and I don't wanna get into that can of worms.
Okay. Councillor Graham?
I firstly appreciate Mr. Bisson explaining that, how this would have happened prior to this MDP, because I think that's good for everyone to know. For me, I don't know that I would be in favor of it even with an area structure plan. It doesn't alleviate my concerns for how busy the quarter section is and everything going on there. I as well received phone calls from the neighbors, and I know many people, that's kind of the area I grew up in, so I know many people around there, and there are, although we only got one letter, there were a lot of concerns about this. I understand that the area structure plan would bring it into technically compliance with the MDP, but it still wouldn't alleviate my concerns. So I don't want to see the resident go through the costs of creating an area structure plan, so I will not be supporting tabling this.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I just wanted to make sure that Councillor Cermak was aware that an outline plan is not at the cost of the county. I just wanted to make sure anybody watching knows that outline plans are not at our cost. That is the cost of the developer, which in this case would be the owner of this property. I just wanted to make sure that everybody watching knows that we're not busy paying for people's developers' outline plans.
All right. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
But I would like to Deputy Reeve, there is a cost associated to that. We have to come back into council. Administration has to look at it all. There is quite a cost to the county to do that. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion on the floor for second reading. Any further comments, questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion is defeated. So with that, oh, go ahead, yeah, go ahead,
I
Councillor.
think we hold our development authority to a standard that they need to give rationale behind or official rationale behind any refusal. I think we should at least hold our development authority that we have, as council, we become the development authority on these things. I think we should, in fairness, give the applicant a reason for refusal.
Okay. So with that, the comments were before that. I agree wholeheartedly, Councillor Lougheed. I mean, just to refuse it, yes, the applicant could watch the live stream, but I'm sure Mr. Bisson is going to have to talk to the client. It's too bad that the applicant was not here today in order to voice this. So yes, what I've surmised or what we can conclude today is that this council or those that are voting opposed were wanting some more information, or they did not feel that the area where this was being proposed was falling in outside the MDP in regards to the fourth title, like Councillor Cermak has maybe said. But if any other councillor would like to chime in on a reason that we can, arguments that we can help Mr. Bisson in regards to why we've refused this. Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I'm really Councillor Cermak today.
I know you are. No, not even looking alike. I apologize.
I take it as a compliment. For me, and I don't know that I will put this into words well, but it's not this property, but it's the whole quarter section and the conflicting land uses with adjacent properties. That's my biggest concern. And I believe in our MDP. I believe agriculture needs to be the priority. This is very much a predominantly agricultural area. And I've heard it can be a little troublesome sometimes, things that go on this quarter section. And I think adding more people to it and more the only word that is coming to my head is chaos, but that's not the word. Just more things happening. It's gonna conflict, I think, with the adjacent land uses. So that's my main concern.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Malhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. As I had stated earlier, for me it's 10.2.7. The requirement of an outline plan could give more information in order to make an adequate decision. I'm not saying that would lead to a positive outcome for this particular parcel, but I think that it'd be appropriate to follow the MDP and get the information required in order to make that decision.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. For me, the main issue is to remain consistent with previous decisions.
Okay, thank you. So with that, see no more lights, we will move on. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
I don't quite understand Councillor Lougheed's question. There was discussion that took place. There was reasons that were previously given. I don't if you had some clarity on on your question, please.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you for that question. This decision-making group made that a priority for the Municipal Planning Commission, which we have delegated as the development authority within Clearwater County. For these kind of questions, we have brought that decision back to the council making, the council decision table, and I think that we should at least hold ourselves as council to the same standard that we hold our development authority to as well. Does that add clarity? Or I can keep going.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Mercer.
No, I know that there were 7 councillors sitting here. There was discussion that took place before the vote for the second reading. And quite a few individual councillors gave the reasonings, whether they were, for, in favor, or opposed. I was just curious why the additional question on to provide reasoning when it was already given. Just curious.
If I can repeat myself again, because we have put that requirement on our development authority, which is the Municipal Planning Commission. And that is the reason we do it is to give a clear message to the public so we have a consistent approach to development. If we're going to one week go one way and the next week go the other way, if we're going to bring in new concerns, that we want to at least let the public know why these kinds of applications are being turned down. These people have went through a fair amount of effort and worked with administration to come to the application that comes before us. And if we just turn them down for whatever reason, I think it should be part of the record that that's why it was turned down, not just the discussion. I think it should be part of the process and allowing the public to know and allowing administration to know where council is and how council can be most consistent and most fair in making these kinds of decisions. If we let that responsibility slide, we're not doing our job as council. We truly aren't.
Thank you for the explanation. I'll let you go, Mr. Councillor Northcott, but I would like to move on with the agenda.
Absolutely. I just think that there was multiple councillors gave the reasonings either opposed. I was just wondering the question to have reasoning on why when it was the discussion took place before the vote. So I just wanted to make that statement.
So I will say that in a process of, for example, like the SDAB, for whatever reason, has to have a solid reason. Yes, the discussion is there throughout and that is documented and that is whatever. But when a decision is made, the reasonings are included with that. And so actually, I think Councillor Lottie was asking for clarification from this because we can discuss all we want, but until the vote happens, that's just a discussion. It is not necessarily, yes, some of us express the reasons and some of us not, but at the end of the day, once the vote is made, I see the clarity for having those reasons stated as Councillor Lougheed has stated as a governing council and responsibility of council. So with that, we are going to move on to item 5.2. Thank you for the discussion, and it's great to discuss process. So item 5.2 is the first reading of Bylaw 1190/24. And I believe we will have Ms. Beely come. Perfect. Welcome. There we go. Good morning. So maybe before we start, maybe we can do some line of introductions and then go from there. So with our guests, go ahead. Division 2.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor, Division 3.
Welcome, great to see you again. Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Councillor for Division 7 and Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 councillor.
Good morning, neighbors. Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Welcome, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good morning, Holly Beely, Senior Development Officer.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. James Morrish.
Good morning, I'm Myrna Morrish, his spouse.
Thank you. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Beely to outline the background of this item, please.
Thank you. So James Morrish currently holds title to Plan 9825967, Block 1, Lot 13, which is part of the northwest of 14, 39 of 8, and it contains 20.96 acres. The subject land is located west of the town of Rocky Mountain House in a multi-lot subdivision directly north of Paderni Stewart Pit. This land is also within the Ferrier Garth Area Structure Plan. The application before you today is to redesignate 2.25 acres from the agricultural district to the CR district, Country Residence District. The proposal is an existing yard site complete with a residence and attached garage and servicing. It is flat, heavily treed land located in the most northerly portion of the subject land. Access exists off of Old Highway 11A, adjacent to the north property boundary. And the reason for the redesignation request is to create separate title to the existing yard site. The remaining 18.71 acres of land will remain under its present designation, being the agricultural district. It is fairly flat land which slopes towards the upper bench of a steep hill along the south property boundary. There is also a ravine-like feature that runs along the west property boundary. This land is heavily treed in the eastern portion with a perimeter of trees around the remaining boundaries. There is an established yard site complete with a residence, garage, shop, barn, and various ancillary buildings and services. Legal and physical access to the remainder of the land also exists off of Old Highway 11A, and legal access can also be obtained off of Tragondale Cove and Internal Subdivision Road, wherein they could construct physical access. Surrounding land uses are predominantly residential with some agricultural and industrial uses. This land is outlined in the Ferry Garth Area Structure Plan as being suitable for country residential agricultural or country residential uses. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant would like to make application for subdivision to create separate title. So for planning directions, I've included provision from the Ferry Garth Area Structure Plan. It's specific direction for the northwest of 14. It outlines that no subdivision or agricultural residence is appropriate south of the tracks, which is now Paterni Stewart Pit, and that the remainder of the quarter section, so north of the tracks, is suitable for the mixed residential uses. From Clearwater County's Municipal Development Plan, I've included provision that addresses environmental assessment reports, which council could require. Policy 5 speaks to limiting infringements on agricultural operations. Policy 6 outlines the general residential considerations required to accommodate future population growth of our community, such as site suitability and the location, compatibility with the area and buffer requirements, their access, and water and wastewater services. I've also included a provision that addresses traditional multi-lot residential subdivisions, where the county may approve a traditional multi-lot residential subdivision if it's supported by an area structure plan, has access off a paved road, and is not within 0.8 kilometers or half a mile of an operating gravel pit. Policy 10 outlines a number of permitted parcels and the variety of the parcels, legal and physical access, and their preferred locations. And policy 11 is in regards to water and wastewater services. Policy 14 speaks to what the county may require for various studies, and it also addresses municipal reserves. And from Clearwater County's land use bylaw, I've included the country residential district, which outlines its purpose, which is to accommodate traditional residential development. So for planning considerations, the proposed redesignation is to allow one additional residential parcel within a multi-lot subdivision. The proposal falls within the Ferry Garth Area Structure Plan, where the land is outlined as being intended for mixed country residential agricultural uses or exclusive residential uses. The proposal is an existing residential site complete with a residence and servicing. The proposal complies with the listed uses and setback requirements outlined in the CR district. The land has existing legal and physical access off of Old Highway 11A, a paved county maintained road. The proposal does fall within close proximity to a gravel pit, and as outlined in the Municipal Government Act, the MDP shall prevail over an area structure plan. However, this ASP was established in 1987, so prior to our 2023 MDP, and outlines that residential development within the subject land where there is significant residential development on surrounding lands. So This area is all residential. The new MDP came into place in 2023, so creating one additional parcel, that's council's job to weigh that out. So if it was to proceed to, or if first reading was to be granted, staff would circulate referral letters to adjacent landowners and agencies, and we would proceed to a public hearing. Thank you, council.
Thank you. Any questions for the development officer? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. In the outline plan, or the area structure plan for the Ferrier Garth, policy 6.2.8, allowing for traditional multi-lot to be created, did that outline plan, like many outline plans, go over how many that area could actually hold as far as wastewater, water, water wells, et cetera? Or is that studies that we can ensure are looked into further in a later time? Because there's already outline plan established, and some outline plans go over that already.
In this specific site, there is already 2 water wells and 2 sets of services for
so
both
that's already-
residences on the property. Yep.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you bet.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve, and that was my question, if this parcel has standalone utilities.
It does.
Yes, okay,
Services.
thank you.
Okay, Deputy Reeve?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm actually going to make the motion for first reading. I think that it's appropriate that we allow for first reading to go through. It complies with the area structure plan that was built for that area and is consistent with that. So I will make the motion for first reading.
Councillor Graham?
I know it's kind of obvious with the gravel pit right there, but if this were to go through, would it be put on title that there is gravel activity in the area?
We could definitely do that.
Okay, thank you. I will be supporting first reading.
Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, that's one thing I wanted to make sure that the gravel pit was on there. And you say there's 2 wells and 2 septic services, and they are all permitted and they're legal, and Alberta has signed off that they're quite okay to be on this 2.25 acres, because that's pretty small for 2 septic systems.
So that property in its entirety is approximately 20 acres. So I'm not 100% sure what type of services they have out there, but referral letters are circulated and staff can do an additional search to determine whether or not they are meeting code.
Please, thank you.
All right, motion on the floor to proceed to first reading. I'll call the question. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Let's go ahead.
Okay. Councillor Northcott?
Yeah, I'll support it to proceed to public hearing and just to give public awareness to the application.
Okay. All right, no further lights. I'll call the question. All those in favor for first reading? That motion's carried. Thank you very much for coming in today. All right, moving on to 5.3, which is the first reading for 1192/24. And that is for a first reading as well. And I will turn it over to Mr. Connolly. And, just before we do, we have our guests again. So we'll just do a quick introduction if we could, and I'll start with Division 2.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2, which, let's go.
Good morning and welcome, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor, Division 3.
Welcome, great to see you guys again. Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Division 7 in Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5 Councillor.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CO.
Good morning, Dawson Conley, Development Officer.
Okay, and I'm Jen McElhonick from West Ditch Advertising.
And I'm Miranda Smith from West Ditch Advertising as well.
Thank you. So with that, I'll turn the floor over for the background to Mr. Connolly.
Miranda and Jennifer have an accepted offer to purchase from Dirk Lundy, who currently holds title to Plan 9622910, Block 1. containing 1.5 acres. The subject lands are currently designated hamlet residential and are located in the hamlet of Leslieville. Miranda and Jennifer have made application to redesignate the existing parcel from hamlet residential to hamlet commercial. The existing parcel is bare, undeveloped land, and access is obtained from First Ave, adjacent to the south property boundary. The applicants are proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow them to construct a building for the operation of their existing business, West Stitch Advertising. With the proposed twinning of Highway 11, West Stitch is looking to move their operations as they are currently adjacent to Highway 11. Miranda and Jennifer would like to stay in the area, which is why they are relocating to Leslieville. Surrounding land uses in the area are predominantly hamlet commercial and hamlet residential. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed development. The redesignation of the proposed land is to allow for the development of a building and the operation of West Stitch Advertising. There is legal and physical access to the existing parcel from First Ave adjacent to the south property boundary. The proposed plan conforms to the permitted uses listed in the land use bylaw for the Hamlet Commercial District. The proposal complies with MDP policy 9.2.1, being that it will enhance the amenity and livability of the hamlet. 3.4.7A of the Leslieville ASP indicates that First Avenue, along with 3rd Street, shall act as the commercial district and focal point of the hamlet commerce. Although this specific lot was not mapped in the Leslieville ASP, it follows the policy set out in the ASP to promote commercial growth within the hamlet. Staff reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent lands and feel that a development of this nature would enhance the commercial district. Staff is recommending that council consider granting first reading to bylaw number 1192/24 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I would firstly like to make the motion to grant first reading. I am so thankful that you ladies are gonna keep going, and your business is such an incredible asset to our community, and I look forward to it. Hopefully being in Leslieville. It was definitely a concern with the twinning, what was gonna happen. So very excited to see this application, and I make the motion for first reading.
Thank you. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm just curious, what is the setback for rail? Do we know what the setback for, like, middle of a highway, we know the setback. What's middle of the rail to, do we know?
I'm not 100% sure on that, but the gas station is right beside this lot and it's right on the rear property boundary.
Okay.
And so that has been approved there.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Perhaps that information can come at the first. Yeah, that's true. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Pardon me. I certainly have to agree with Councillor Graham on this. It's great to see some more commercial development happening in Leslieville, so I will be supporting first reading motion.
Thank you. All right, first motion for first readings on the floor. Any further comments? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Someone was raising a hand. Thank you very much. That motion is carried. We're going to first reading is approved. Going to public hearing. That's awesome. You bet. Thanks for coming in today. All right, moving into next in the bylaws, we have item 5.4, first reading for advertising bylaw. And I will look across the room and to our communications coordinator to outline the background. Please go ahead, DJ.
Good morning, Council. Before you is an agenda item that pertains to the advertising bylaw 1184/24. This was first presented to the Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole on April 15th. Administration presented the draft to ensure that residents are adequately informed about proposed bylaws and other decisions that require public advertising as outlined in the Municipal Government Act. The committee had made some recommendations for some amendments. Those amendments are attached in the track changes document. Does the committee wish for me to explain further details about the draft bylaw?
I'm seeing no lights. Okay. Go ahead.
The adoption of this bylaw would also replace and rescind the former public notification policy, which is outdated and does not cover current advertising methods. Before passing the advertising bylaw, under section 606.1, council must be satisfied that the methods of the advertising bylaw would provide for are likely to bring the matter of advertising method to the attention of substantially all residents in the area to which the matter relates. Advertise the notice of the bylaw in accordance with section 606, which must be published in the local newspapers or mailed unless the municipality has already has an advertising bylaw. And conduct a public hearing before second and third reading, and make the bylaw publicly available for inspection.
Perfect. All right, so go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. I just want to confirm that this is us basically setting the minimum requirement. That doesn't mean we can't do better. Doesn't mean we can't reach further if we have the ability to. This is just, we must meet this bar, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Excellent, thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
I'm looking for a little clarity around this term, accredited local newspaper. Is there a body that, you know, gives accreditation for a local newspaper? Like, how do we establish accredited?
So that terminology was pulled from reference from other municipalities that have included an advertising bylaw where they had to describe or put parameters in place for what an accredited newspaper is. There's also a federal governing body that states what criteria needs to be met in order for you to be considered as an accredited newspaper.
Okay, so then we're defining in 3.1 those four terms as being the definition for an accredited newspaper. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? Councillor Northcott?
Similar question to Councillor Ratcliffe. Do our local newspapers, just for information I suppose, typically published, as it says in B, typically published in print format at least once per week?
That's correct. So the three that we currently advertise in is the Western Star, the Albertan, and the Mountaineer.
Thanks.
I guess I'm going to look to you and ask, is there an example of what a non-accredited newspaper might be in the area? If you could give an example for that, maybe that would help.
Often a lot of our local food vendor locations will have the coffee newsletter. I don't quite recall the exact name, but it looks almost like a beige piece of paper that's double-sided. They typically don't cover events. It's just more of a flyer type, but it is published once a week. But it does not follow the criteria because it doesn't cover local events.
Okay. Thank you for that example. Very good. So the motion is, would need a motion that council grants first reading for the advertising bylaw, 1184, and proceed to public hearing. Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I will make that motion as you just stated it, and also a little bit off topic, but I just want to shout out our communications department. You guys have had some really incredible advertising lately. I've noticed a lot of comments and shares, so shout out to you guys on that, and sorry for going off topic.
Thank you. Totally agree. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
I will be supporting the motion on the floor. I think it's important for us to set that base, and then we can always reach for the stars if we can, and I would agree. Our online advertising in particular has been stellar, so well done.
All right, motion on the floor to grant first reading. All right, call the question. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you. So I'm going to call a quick 15-minute recess before we proceed to item 5.5. and welcome back from our break. We are now at agenda item 5.5, consideration of second and third reading to the 2024 tax bylaw rate, the 2024 tax rate bylaw, 1194/24, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Serham, please.
Good morning. So before you, in accordance with Part 10, Sections 326 to 343. I'm gonna I'm gonna mute my laptop.
It's all good.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Sections 326 to 343 of the Municipal Government Act, administration has prepared the final draft of the annual tax rate bylaw for the tax year of 2024. I'm going to go through all the information I have in the agenda item because there's a lot there, and I want to give you the opportunity to ask any questions and clarify any of the calculations about how the examples are calculated here. So last meeting, council discussed the different requisitions that are included in the total tax requisition on Clearwater County's property tax notice. Property taxes are used to provide funding for a portion of the public school programming, seniors housing, and local services. The province provides the amount to requisition Clearwater County ratepayers for their portion of the public school funding. The local seniors housing board provides the amount that is required by Clearwater County ratepayers to subsidize the operation of the seniors housing above Alberta Health Services funding and fees paid from the residents. Both of these amounts are subsequently forwarded to the external organizations quarterly by Clearwater County. The designated industrial property requisition is only collected from the designated industrial properties and forwarded to the provincial assessment body annually. Those requisitions are broken down by dollar amount and percentage increases, again, for information regarding the 4 different bodies taxing Clearwater County residents and non-residents on their property values. So the provincial school tax requisition has an increase of $1,324,579, or 7.5%. This is due to the increase in the assessment base from 2021 to 2022. However, the assessment base has increased again in 2023, so there is a larger pie to allocate the school requisition to. The actual rate change on the current assessment base is a decrease on residential properties of 0.2%, and non-residential ratepayers is an increase of 2.1%. Municipal tax requisition, the draft bylaw includes a 1% municipal tax rate increase across all assessment classes. The Seniors Foundation tax requisition from the Westview Lodge has increased from $919,198 to $1,226,150, which is an increase of $306,952, or 33.4%. The breakdown is $854,634 for operations and $371,512 for capital reserves. The designated industrial property assessment tax requisition is requisitioned by ministerial order through the province of Alberta and has increased slightly. The rate has increased slightly from 0.0746 per thousand of DIP assessment to 0.0765 per thousand of DIP assessment. And based on Clearwater County's equalized assessment, the total requisition is $453,458. Any questions so far? Okay, so the municipal tax requisition is the funding that is used for local services such as regional fire services, local road and bridge maintenance and reconstruction, recreation services, library and culture services, water, wastewater and solid waste services, community hall and cemetery support, agriculture service education and workshop programs, mowing services, planning and development services, other emergency and enforcement services, and all of the support services required to support council and the staff, equipment and facilities used by the more boots on the ground type services, as well as all of the legislative, council, and provincial reporting that is required. First, let's look at an example of a residential property. So the assessment on this property for the 2023 taxes was $410,000. Before municipal taxes are levied, the other three levies are calculated beyond council's control. They are controlled by the bodies who levy them. The inflation of a property doesn't change the amount levied to a property. Only growth in the assessment base would change the rate. Let's break this into a pie and rounder numbers so you can see what I mean. If there are 5 properties in Clearwater County and they are each assessed at $100,000, and the seniors housing tells us they require $100 from each ratepayer, the total assessment base is $100,000 times 5, which is $500,000. To get the tax rate for the seniors requisition, we divide 100 by the total base of $500,000 and get a rate of 0.0002 cents per dollar of assessment. Each property is valued at $100,000, so the levy for each property would be $100,000 times the rate, which equals $20. This makes intuitive sense also, because if each property are valued equally, they would each pay 1/5 of the requisition, or $20. Now say the next year the seniors requisition remains at $100, but the properties increase by 10%. Inflation or market value. That means the total assessment base is increased to $550,000. So let's see how that affects the rate and the levy. If we work it out, the rate is 0.001818, so the rate has decreased. If we apply that to the assessment that's increased to $110,000, the levy stays at $20 because the requisition stayed at $100. If another property is added to the assessment base, that should reduce the number of dollars needed to be paid by each property. Now there are 6 properties at $110,000, and the assessment base increased by $100,000. The rate in this case would be $100 divided by $660,000 for a rate of 0.001515. If we multiply this rate by the 110 of the assessment for each property, we get a levy for each property of $16.67. Again, this is very simplified because properties don't change alike all the time. There's different variables that affect each property. There's people add taxable property on their property. So then one property may grow by $50,000 assessment, and the next one might decrease in market value by $20,000. And the reason that happens is to keep the philosophy the same as who can afford to pay pays. So if you're increasing the value of your property, that means that you have more dollars to invest in your community. And that's the basis for property taxation in the province of Alberta. That is how that the levies are kept fair based on market value, so that a person who owns a $100,000 property pays less tax than a person that owns a $200,000 property.
Question from Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Yes, thank you, Reeve. I understand that premise, but it doesn't then include the people that have spent their lifetime paying off a property that has slowly gone up in value and is now on a fixed income just because they own their property. They shouldn't, so their property, they may have bought that property for significantly less than what it's worth now. So just because their property ends up being worth so much more, it doesn't mean that they actually can afford to pay more. So even though that's the philosophy that we're basing on, that is, if your property is worth more, you can afford to pay more, that's not necessarily true. Ask every farmer. Their property may be worth a lot, that doesn't mean they can pay a lot. So I don't entirely agree with the philosophy of if your property is worth more, you can pay more. I understand that is the philosophy, but I don't entirely agree with it.
So this is we're picking one point in time. You're picking at one point in time. To me, this is a process that has been over years. You've accumulated. Yep, no, and I understand where you're coming from, but I also agree. I also would say we're picking one point in time. So we all ebb and flow with our incomes. We all ebb and flow with our expenses. Life, you have kids, you have less income. But through life, yes, I agree with the philosophy that if you're part of a, we all want to be part of the community person. We all want these amenities as outlined, that our municipal taxes are part of that service. But yeah, we're not going to change the taxes of the province at any point in time or anytime soon. So, but anyways, thanks for the discussion. Go ahead, Rhonda.
So, excuse me, looking at how inflation is irrelevant in the seniors housing levy increase, a $400,000 property would be paying approximately $15 more towards the senior housing board requisition. The same rationale works for the school requisition because the total number of dollars that needs to be collected doesn't change when the assessment base changes due to inflation. The same property will be paying $50 more towards the provincial school levy. We can discuss how the variables interact more if you have questions on that. Inflation portion of the increase of this property is an increase in the assessment of $20,000, which adds an additional municipal levy of $45 at the same rate. So the total additional tax with no rate increase for this property is $15 for the seniors housing, $50 for the provincial school, and $45 for the municipal tax increase. Both the municipal tax increase has two portions, one for inflation and one for the rate. The additional levy with a 1% rate increase to this property is approximately $10. So the total increase, including the levy increase of 1%, is in addition to the 110 would be another $10 per year. So $120 per year total, or $10 per month for this $400,000 property.
Any questions? Okay. So with that, we have the bylaw then before us. Is there anything that you wanted to point out in the bylaw itself? Sorry.
We did change the amount of the Seniors Housing Foundation. There was an estimate given before the last meeting, and on the day of the meeting, we got actual amount, so it's decreased a little on this one. 1,226,000 from I think about 1.4 million, and there was a new calculation done for the over/under, and this is an over collection on the property school tax. So how that happens is that if in 1 year there's a lot of school requisition that's not collected, and then it's collected in subsequent years, then we put those dollars back into the properties that would have paid on that school requisition. So there was 1 year where there was a lot of uncollected. There was an additional charge for that uncollection of the school requisition. And I think the last 3 years, we've been slowly recovering that with the collection of those past due properties. So we've been fortunate enough to be able to give back to those properties the dollars that were not collected in that year that we had to add them to the tax rate, and now we are giving those dollars back to those properties.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Northcott?
I don't really know if it's a question or a comment here, but just in the one statement where it says, if another property is added to the assessment base, that should reduce the number of dollars needed to be paid by each property. So there's a couple keywords in there. That should reduce. However, if you look at the province of Alberta, like there's been a rise in, population increase in Alberta, but there's always more taxes. We have more taxes than we did before. The province has more debts. Residents are having to pay more taxes to be able to service debt. We have more inflation. I just don't see that being really the accuracy of that statement. If another property is added to the assessment base, that should reduce the number of dollars needed to be paid by each property, but there's always more taxes. The cost of everything always seems to be increased, and the residents and citizens have to bear the cost for it all.
I don't know who was first. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Just looking at these numbers, does this bylaw still reflect a 1% tax increase over the budget?
Go ahead, Ms. Serhan.
No, it reflects a 1% tax rate increase.
Okay, so still the 1%.
1% rate increase over 2023, yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Northcott, I agree with you, because we're talking about how if another property is added to the assessment base, that should reduce the number of dollars that are needed to pay each property. And if you look at what our inflation plus the increase in properties, that was just over 5% based on the presentation that we had. We needed 2% in order to make the budget balance in December. So theoretically, we could look at lowering the taxes by 3% and not increase taxes at all. If we're going by the numbers, I agree with you. I think that we could absolutely do something like that, and we can base it on the increased properties along with the increased market. We could actually look at lowering it. In fact, Mountain View did exactly that.
Councillor Northcott.
Oh, no, I had no comment, sorry.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, and again, I think just reiterating what was discussed at the meeting last time, the tax rate bylaw is not the time to decide or discuss the burden on the taxpayers. The time to decide that is when services or projects are added to the work plans for the municipality. This tax rate bylaw is still not generating enough revenue to fund all of the projects that are in the 10-year capital plan, plus the operational programs and services that are provided to the residents and non-residents of Clearwater County that pay taxes to Clearwater County. So when we're discussing the burden to the ratepayers, what increases the burden to the ratepayers is not the tax rate. What increases the burden is the addition of services and programs and the added infrastructure to the community.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff, and then I'll go to Councillor Lahid.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree, which is why we had looked at a needing to find 2% in the budget. When we discussed the budget and the service levels and all those things, it had said 2% was needed. It didn't say how we were getting that 2%, whether that was through market value changes, assessment changes, et cetera, and or tax rate change. Market and assessment made up for that. I don't see a need to do a 1% increase.
Okay, Mr. Hicken or Ms. Serhan?
That was only to balance 2024. It did not do anything to fund the projects that are in the future and the increase to the services ongoing. So, or the cost of the services that are currently provided to the ratepayers that keep increasing. So I'll maybe let Director Hagan chime in.
Okay, Director Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Good morning, Council. Good morning. And for clarification, the 2% was 2% of revenue increase. We were not talking tax rates at that time because we did not know the assessment base. The 1%, as Mrs. Serhan has identified, is a 1% increase in the tax rate itself. So I would caution comparing 2% to 1% because these are truly apples and oranges. Those are two different percentages. The 1% that is included in the draft bylaw is not a recommendation of administration, it is a suggestion. And as Mr. Hans has stated, when the budget was approved, the 2% on revenue was included to balance 2024. Administrations included the 1% as a suggestion for consideration by council to fund beyond 2024. As Mr. Han touched on, not only new programs, enhanced programs, new services, enhanced services, but even the cost of existing services has gone up. And looking out at the 10-year capital plan, for instance, in terms of the infrastructure and the equipment needed to support those service levels, and also factoring in inflation on the current needs, there's currently not enough funding available in considering restricted surplus to fund everything over the next 10 years. So we're suggesting 1% be considered to put council in a situation that they can plan for the future beyond 2024. And as well, just to address the question of the examples where the assessment base increases, the cost doesn't increase per property, that's assuming the requisition amount stays the same in total. As you've identified, Councillor Northcott, costs are going up. Inflation's affecting us in many different ways. So then you've got two variables at play. If the requisition stayed the same and you've got more properties or more assessment base to spread it across, it actually goes down per property. But if this goes up, it's likely to go up per property as well. So you've got these variables at play, and that's what makes this whole discussion so complex, is so many things interact with this overall. But essentially, again, the 1% is a suggestion to help better prepare this council and future councils for future program delivery and the human resources, the equipment, the infrastructure to support all of that.
Thank you. Councillor Lougheed, please.
And Mr. Hagan explained a lot of where I was going to comment on, but I've always been encouraged by this council's willingness to seek transparency in all things it does. And I think administration responding to that and looking down the road, looking into the future, not just balancing the 2024 budget, but looking at what is coming before us. It's an old story, but Wayne Gretzky was a successful hockey player because not only looked at where the puck was now, but where it was going to be in the near future, and adapted and went towards that and was prepared for that. I think, as we know from good preparation that we've made up to this point and other previous councils, even we could potentially not look at any tax increase, but that isn't transparent of where we're going. Right now, we know we have the information that shows where we need to be to maintain our service levels as we move into the future. And we're not, as a county, we're not immune to the increases that everybody has seen. We've cushioned, I believe, over the last number of years, those impacts on our community to help them through the toughest of times. And now that we're coming more back into the sunlight again, that I think we have to look at having those reserves in place to meet our demands in the future. Not just 2024, but 2025 and 2035 even. I think we need to be looking to that point and making sure that the good thing we have going here can stay being a good thing here in Clearwater County. And that, I think we don't want to sell our future short for a little less pain in the present. I think we want to make sure we have a bright future for our community, and that means maintaining those services. And I think that takes a little bit of forward planning and the transparency that we're looking to the future. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so with that, if there's any other further discussion, looking for a motion in regards to granting second reading to the tax rate bylaw 1191-24. With that, for the 2024 taxation year. Anybody like to make a motion? Go ahead, Councillor
I'm
Lougheed.
looking for a laser dot on the forehead. I don't see one, so I will make that motion for second reading.
Thank you. Discussion on the motion of second reading. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. I don't think it's going to shock anybody that I won't be supporting it. I'm just looking back at our March 12th meeting and the presentation we had with assessment. The total change was 5.65%. That's including all sectors. 9.06 in residential alone. The change in our assessment has more than made up for what is required. So I will not be supporting an increase to our tax rate. I think that between that and the tax holiday that comes off next year, we will be able to reprioritize if we need to, et cetera. I don't think that we need to increase taxes to our residents in order to accomplish this county's wonderful, amazing goals that we have for our communities.
Thank you. And Councillor Northcott?
Just a question for administration. The dollar value that will be associated, what would be the additional, what would be the financial contribution from the ratepayers to the municipality with the 1%? What dollar figure would that 1% equate to?
Go ahead, Mr. Han.
Just over 540,000.
Okay.
That is a combined all classes, correct?
Correct.
So that's equipment, residential, non-residential, everything. Okay.
Linear, yeah.
Yep, linear, perfect, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. We went through the process of creating a budget that included setting some funds aside for future obligations. We always seem to budget a surplus. So with our residents already facing a tax increase due to inflation, I just don't see a need for that 1% increase. With the industry tax holiday ending and that increase to our industrial assessment, I think there's opportunity there to build for the future. So I will not be supporting this motion.
Councillor Graham?
I think as Councillor Lougheed kind of mentioned, it's our jobs in these seats to be forward-thinking. I know if I were to ask residents, and I mean this example, it's $10 a year, that's less than $1 a month. If I were to ask residents, you know, would you rather pay $10 more a year to have an ag facility, for example? I would receive yeses from most of my residents that I've spoken to. You know, I'm constantly asked for more services. I'm not asked for service decreases. Everything is more expensive for the county as well. I understand it's hard times for people. I know that for me, I've crunched back on my budget as well. It's challenging right now with inflation, and I certainly empathize with people with that. It's not easy, but it's to fulfill the service levels that our community desires. I think this is necessary. We need to, I said it last time, we're in this position because of past councils and councillors forward thinking and setting our community up to be the wonderful community it is, and I think that we need to continue forward on that path.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak, then I'll go to Councillor Lougheed.
I agree 100% with Sydney Graham. We need to look in advance. We've got a whole bunch of stuff on the books that we want to get done, and if you don't have the money to get it done, then we're going to fall behind in years to come, and this county can't afford to fall behind. We need more people come to this county, and if you attract more, you're going to get more taxes. And one other thing with Deputy Reeves' comment, the tax holidays coming on next year. Have I been living under a rock? Because I have not heard that. I have not heard any announcement about that. Is there an announcement out there stating that?
Deputy Reeve?
Thank you, Reeve. When assessment was here in March, the presentation that they gave, they said that they have not been given any indication to not start charging for the next tax cycle. At this point, they've been told to start taxing for the next tax cycle. They have not been told not to. So I was shocked as well, because I actually was not expecting him to say that. But our assessor had said that he has not been told not to start taxing, so therefore we will be having an increase, a projected increase in our assessment base of almost $883 million, equating to just under 10 million in taxes, I believe, is what we were told.
Okay, what I hear is that it's under review, and that's the last word I heard. It's no announcement that it's gonna come off for sure, it's under review. So I don't think we better bank on that. I think a 1% increase is very prudent. Thank you.
Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, I'll just comment on a couple of things. So the tax holiday assessment base does not get loaded into our software until the province puts it there. So even if, and we won't know that for sure until they send us the numbers, which they don't do until the middle of February. So that we will know whether we get the tax holiday assessment base loaded into our system mid-February 2025. So we haven't been told not to tax it, yes, but we haven't been told that they're going to add that to our assessment base yet either. So, and we don't, because the assessment's been taken over by the province, we don't have control over that. The other comment I'll just have is that the budget for 2024 only balanced 2024. Council did not approve any transfers for any future new projects, which is Nordegg development, which is solid waste services, which is the only transfers to restricted surplus that were approved and balanced within the 2024 budget were the ongoing annual capital projects that the county does, like gravel road rehab, the bridge reconstruction, the asphalt overlay, those items that happen year over year. There was no additional funds designated to go to any of the facilities or, again, the Nordegg development. So there are a lot of future projects that are not currently funded.
Thank you. Councillor Lougheed?
And thank you for that. And such is the danger of waiting for the province or the federal government to determine your future and not take the steps you need to take yourselves to meet that future. I think it's always important to be self-determinant. I think that's what this council has shown it wants to do. I think we have great opportunities within Clearwater County through past decisions, and that is looking to the future. That's why we have strong reserves, but those reserves won't last forever. I believe we need to keep the pressure of building those reserves up so that we can meet the future needs that we know are important for our community. And it is nice to think that we could have additional support from the other levels of government on the way. We don't know that yet. Nothing is secure, but we can make decisions on our own and ease and cushion the effects of the environment around us, the world around us. And I think that's what we have done over the last number of years by keeping a very, very small increase, if any, on taxes. And maybe it changes from time to time, so maybe administration can remind me, but the larger burden of our taxes is not on residents. It's not bound solely on the residents. There is a lot of non-residential assessment base, and our taxes come from non-residential sources. Can you remind me what that ratio was? At one time it was about 9-1, but sometimes it varies. But
yeah, so at any given time, it's about between 13% to 9%, and I believe in 2024 it's around 10% of the taxes are coming from property that is not non-residential. So that includes farm, residential, and commercial.
So just so it's clear in my mind, so residential and farm taxes only account for perhaps 10% of our,
I believe around
of our tax revenue,
10%,
and the remainder of that tax burden comes from non-residential sources.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Eve. As I understand it from the discussion here and the numbers presented, we're already taking inflation is already giving us funds beyond the budget. And the projects we're talking about that, to have funds for them, a lot of them are not approved by council or have not been presented to council at this point. So those numbers may actually be less once those projects are presented to council in more detail. So again, I do not see the reason for this extra percent.
Councillor Cermak?
No, Councillor Radcliffe, you're saying then that our citizens out there would like less services? Because that's what I see.
Okay.
Councillor
That
Cermak?
if you don't have a cushion,
Okay.
then you, and what we want to do in the future.
Councillor Radcliffe?
Thank you. What we're planning to do in the future is undetermined, and the cost of those things are undetermined. They are projects wish list. And certainly people I talk to, hearing the number project for solid waste, we're definitely in favor of a reduced service level than that was projected. So in some cases, yes.
So all those, I would say, offer that all these projects that are on our capital, on the capital projection, I mean, yes, they are going to be discussed as going forward, but I mean, if we don't have those place markers and those numbers ahead of time, there's no way to plan for them either. So although, yes, it might have been in your conversations an inflated, or not inflated, a cost projection that seems unreasonable at the time, but they're not having the full experience, or they don't have all the information that is being presented to this table in regards to the services that maybe, for example, that waste transfer station could have. And things change. I'm not saying they don't, but at the end of the day, we always plan ahead. I'm one, I like to plan my retirement. I plan an RSP monthly or annual and top up or not. So I think this is part of this community, or the service levels that we want to increase. For example, we increased the community hall, we doubled it. We added to the hospice society, we added to the Leslieville recreation area. We added a lot of things in the last year that really weren't on the capital or the operational list. And so we're our own worst enemies at the time, but we want to be progressive, and we have those reserves available to us too. So we got to be prepared for the future, as Councillor Lougheed has, and I agree with that. And we got to be forward thinking in what we would like to achieve. And I feel that all of our comments are relevant and are important. And I'm glad we all see both sides of this. I'm not negative on where you're coming from at all, but I also see the benefit to those services that are happening. And when we put it into context that only, 10% of the $550,000 that's coming out, it's, $55,000 that we're asking to spread over some residents and everything else. And I agree with Councillor Graham, if someone said $10 more this year to help get us to the goal of an ag field house, I don't think a lot of people would be on the no side of that. But I see Mr. Han has a blinky light. I'll let her chime in, and then I'll go back to my blinky lights to my right.
I just wanted to clarify that the increase in the tax revenue that's being collected or would be levied in 2024 is due mainly to growth in the non-residential sector that did not qualify for the tax holiday. So it's not, inflation was a small part of the increase in the tax levy that would be collected in 2024.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Milhoff, then Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Cermak, the residents that I talk to are not saying they want less services. I don't think very often we hear that. I mean, I've heard it some, but that's not the predominant. They're simply saying that assessment increase and the market increase has more than made up for it. That's been the case in many other municipalities as well. So that, it's not saying that we don't need more revenue. We statistically always need more revenue. It's simply that market has already done that math for us. That's simply what my residents have said. They've not said cut services. They've said we're already going to be taxed more by virtue of our property being worth more.
Councillor Light?
Thank you, and I do appreciate that we want to make those impacts to our community as far as tax or paying taxes. Nobody likes paying taxes. I don't like paying taxes. But at the end of the day, council, or our community, gave us the responsibility as council to examine and look into the future, determine in more detail on their behalf of what that future looks like and being prepared to meet that future. I think we've had 2.5 years here as a council to gel together and understand those challenges that are coming before us. It's much more of a challenge than balancing the 2024 budget, because we could have done that. In fact, the planning of the past would have allowed us to weather a storm of some considerable amount by having a tax stabilization account or tax stabilization reserve. We could use that and draw that down, but I believe we're at a good spot as a community as we move forward. We have a strong assessment base. We have the promise of good things to happen in the future, but those things can't happen unless we maintain, or at least attempt to maintain, those short-term goals, not 2024, but 2025 and beyond, and have the reserves and the planning and the asset management in place to do that. It's very easy to take the soft part of the decision and say no increase. But I think this is sometimes having that information, as we all do, and looking to the future. We know there are many critical projects that will need to be accomplished over the next 10 years. We have much more, we have a lot of good things that could happen, but we have no way to accomplish those goals where we're at right now. We think that can happen with good fortune, as we've had, and I look forward to the future, but I know we need to plan for that future, and this is, I believe, a minimal impact on our community that recognizes that many inflationary factors have occurred, and we are not immune to those inflationary factors, and we're trying to be responsible as we look to the future and maintaining those reserves to meet the goals we need for asset management.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak?
I have talked to a few people in my community, and the feedback I get from them is that they would like to add a little bit each year to the kitty instead of none one year and a big chunk in years to come. They said if we could cushion that, kind of like you do your retirement, when you first take your first job at 25 or 20 years old, you start your retirement plan. And at age 65, you have something there to retire on. We're not looking at that big, we're looking at a 10-year capital plan. That's a pretty short term to invest this year for the next 10 years. And it's only a tiny bit. But if we don't do that tiny bit, then 3 years down the road, it's going to be a big chunk. So I just like hit my purse a little bit at a time. I like to have money in my bank account, not all going out 1 year. So I'm certainly in favor of the 1%. I was the first one when I got on council that I wanted to slash taxes and cut services. That is not what this county wants. There is no resident I talk to that wants less services. They actually want more.
Ms. Serhan?
It's really hard to separate myself from resident and ratepayer and the job that I'm in because I have a lot of information that most residents don't have. However, I do enjoy paying taxes to Clearwater County. It means that I live in the most beautiful part of Alberta there is, and that I'm fortunate enough to own property here. and that I know that I'm contributing to a community has the insight to know that my quality of life is not going to deteriorate. In fact, it's going to get better. So that's just a little piece of the ratepayer, Rhonda, that comes to this table. But overall, I tend to, I see the bigger picture and all the projects that this council wants to accomplish, and I just see this as setting you up for success for that.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor for second reading. Looking for final discussion, and then I'll call it to a vote. Go ahead, Councillor Northcliffe.
Oh, I'll try and get all these thoughts out in some sort of organized fashion. I do have a question for Councillor Cermak, and I've heard a statement multiple times, and I was just wondering if it is something that you're hearing from the large majority of residents, but for population increase in Clearwater County, I've heard you say it, multiple times, that you'd like to see more people in Clearwater County. I was just wondering if that's a request or a mindset from the large amount of residents that you've spoken to. They would like to see that. Okay. For as far as increases in taxes, there's always an increase in everything, but I don't ever see anything being removed. For instance, there was an increase in permits. I've mentioned this before. There's an increase in permits for specialized loads going through the municipality. That equated to about $55,000 in additional revenue to the municipality. But just shortly thereafter, there was additional staff hired for permitting and stuff. I just don't understand how the permits before that position was filled. How would the permits be issued just, only days before without that increase? The waste transfer site cards, there's an additional cost to go with those, but I don't know if there's truly been ever a violator caught with the waste transfer site cards, but there's still annual funding that goes to, to fund that process, where there's violators who are never accountable. A little bit further down the agenda, there's item 7.2.2 for, $108,000 for there, and it'd be really nice to have the overall project numbers for item 7.2.2 come forward. There was services were reduced. This council reduced the dust suppression policy, so that was reduced. That was a service reduced. And anyways, I just wanted to make those comments.
All right, second motion or second reading is on the floor for the 2024 tax rate bylaw. And I will call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion is carried. Now looking for third reading of the tax bylaw. Motion for third reading. Okay, Councillor Graham. Councillor Graham.
I'll make the motion to grant third reading to the tax rate bylaw 1191/24.
Thank you. Any further discussion on third reading? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. Ms. Serhan, and I recognize that there's a lot that encompasses this question, so it may not be available. And I recognize that it's also work in progress, that there's a lot more to it than just a simple number. What was the 2023 restricted surplus allotment?
What went into?
No,
what's the total?
What was after 2023 operations, capital, what was the number, the gift that we get to allocate into our reserves? What was that number?
I don't know it. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Okay, because I know I've only been sitting here for 2.5 years, but there's always been leftover every year. There's is it the unrestricted surplus at that point? Unrestricted surplus, I believe it was just over 5 million my first time that we got to reallocate. We did a little bit differently the next time, where it was we kind of knew ahead of, we knew it back in December when we were doing the budgeting. This time, I don't think I've been given that number yet to allocate into restricted surplus for 2023.
Okay. Director Hagan.
Thank you, Eve. You were provided with that number when the financial statements were presented. I don't have that number in front of me. I apologize for that. But again, for council's benefit and for the benefit of the viewing public, a surplus is not a surprise. A surplus is planned in order to provide funding for the future, as Councillor Lawhead has very accurately described. If there was no planning for the future, we would balance revenue and expense for the upcoming year and step away, and we'd be done. The magnitude of that surplus can change depending on what projects are undertaken in the year that were planned, what events happen that were unplanned, the effect of cost increases, the effects of other revenue that were unexpected, that sort of thing. So there will be variables between actuals and what was budgeted or planned. But again, I think it's really important to recognize that good, solid financial planning does plan for a surplus in order to put that money away for future years. And what administration is attempting to describe is that this council has been very diligent, past council has been very diligent about doing that planning for the future. But at the same time, we know cost increases are expected into the future, as we're currently seeing. And as well, we've talked about service levels and projects to support those services in the future. And when we look at that 10-year capital plan, as Ms. Saran has accurately stated, it is not fully funded yet. So either the plan needs to change going into the future, or the funding needs to increase in order to provide for that. And so, just for clarification, surplus is not a surprise. It's a planned item.
Ms. Saran?
Yeah, so that restricted surplus number changes a lot too, based on grant funding. I think there was a prior period adjustment, so the previous year there was some grant revenue that wasn't recognized, that got recognized in 2024 for some projects that happened in 2023 that happened in 2022. Get confused with what year I'm working in here. And also, in the magnitude of the budget for Clearwater County, like a 4% under budget is $4 million. So according to the MGA, administration cannot go over budget. So it doesn't matter if it's like, we have 5 different departments and many different programs, and in order, even if you were $100 under budget in every single program, that accumulates, right? But we can't budget any other way, and that is one of the benefits of being able to plan for the future. And it hasn't produced so much dollars that you have money to do whatever project you want to do into the future, but it has set Clearwater County up to be able to fund some of those really near projects and cushion those inflationary years for those things like asphalt overlay and bridge reconstruction that does happen every year, and the costs do fluctuate. So again, Clearwater County's in a fortunate position that they get to allocate those surpluses that are likely going to be larger than what is budgeted, because according to the MGA, we cannot go over budget.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Eve. I hear the arguments for building a bigger, brighter future. The assessment is already producing extra funds. I feel more responsible in minimizing the impact of emotional issues on my decision. So I will not be supporting third reading either.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lawhead?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and I certainly want to say from my part, I appreciate administration's approach to the budget. It is far easier to, once the audit has happened, once all the financials from the previous year have been counted for, that we come back with a small surplus. We have a rather large budget, and to have a small surplus is much nicer to deal with, and to reallocate that rather than trying to draw down some funds or to borrow money to be able to cover what we had spent in the previous year. So I I can say that I really appreciate how close administration keeps their budgets to the line so that we have a small surplus. And I think it's been a positive part of sitting in this chair, seeing that come into play and how effectively that works, and allows us to think about doing the next good thing as opposed to closing the doors and sending everybody home. I don't want to see that ever come to this table. Thanks.
Deputy Reeve Malhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Unless I'm reading this wrong, it looks like last year's surplus was 5.929733 million. And while I absolutely agree that we need to plan for our future, I believe that we are doing that. And our administration continues to do that, and they continue to work hard for this community. Between the assessment that has already increased taxation to our residents without us increasing the actual mill rate, again, because of that, I will not be supporting a tax increase. And it's not because I do not believe in what this community is doing and what this administration is doing. We are already doing that without needing to increase the burden on our ratepayers.
All right, third reading is on the floor for a motion. I will call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much for all your work in preparing this, and I look forward to the strategic planning sessions in this coming year to further discuss budget and 10-year capital plans, et cetera, et cetera. So thank you. Awesome. All right, so because our next delegation is at 1 o'clock, so 6.1, we are actually going to move into new business, which is 7.1A, which is the dust suppression policy. And looking across the room, we have our CEO that's going to introduce the background, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. So I will, of course, defer to the Public Works team. They are present, but I wouldn't mind at least initiating this. So this agenda is, of course, before council today, because council has spent a lot of time going through this policy, and what is presented is amended as previously recommended. But I thought maybe just a couple minutes talking about maybe some pros and cons to paint a picture for council before we carry on with this agenda at hand. Every product has positives and negatives. In my years of experience with an oil-based product, the positive is when it rains, you don't get that sticky residue. It lasts longer. Many oil-based products come with a warranty of 3 years. In my time, the expectation, if it only lasts 8 years, that's deemed to fail, and I don't know if that's a reasonable expectation when the manufacturer themselves warranty it for 3. The oil-based product is more expensive at application. The easy statement is every year it lasts longer, it becomes more economic. If it does last 8 years, of course, that's a better economic picture than if it only lasted 3. If by some miracle it lasts 10, hats off to staff and a good road base, it's even more economic then than if it lasted 5. That's an easy explanation. That's math that would be very, very difficult to disprove. Calcium is cheaper at the day of application, but it's a seasonal. The negative with calcium, if you have a really wet year, you could hear from residents that I didn't even get my money's worth because it rained all year, and it dissipates. And the one day it was finally sunny, it was so dissipated I got dust anyway. The positive is after many years of application, you get a residual, and it will last longer. Again, going to the negative, when it does rain, it gets sticky. So I can see issues coming with that. What this policy represents really is the service level that council wants to see for its residents. We can get into cost. I will tell you that I can argue cost all day long because every dust control is different to the spot. The negative with an oil-based product, if the base isn't very, very granular, a lot of times when it gets ripped up, we have a drying process because it holds the moisture and your base is gone. And just to relay that application, it is sponge. If it's granular road, it'll breathe, aerate, and dry well enough, you can exactly do that. You can rip it up and relay it, add a little bit of oil, and it functions very well. But the material in the road can change within 100 meters. So when you get one neighbor saying, well, the crews did a better job on my neighbor's because his lasted 8 years, mine only lasted 7, so that's a fail. I would argue that all day long. Because every spot in the road is different. It has different material, different types of clay, different aggregates. So it can't really compare. Previous oil-based product had a 3-year warranty for a reason. Again, we can debate this, and I believe I'm well armed to do that. But this reflects a service. And what does this council want for a service? And that's what this policy represents. So with that, I will defer or turn it back over to Reeve Swanson.
Go ahead, Mr. Director Magnus.
Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Emmons. So further to Mr. Emmons' opening comments, if you'll refer to the agenda item itself, in particular the draft policy with the amendments made to that policy as per the direction of the Strategic Planning Committee of the whole and the recommendation put forward by Councillor Malhalf, whereby the motion was made that the committee recommends that council amend the dust suppression policy to allow for approved third-party contractors to be hired for the application of dust suppression on Clearwater County's road network. So the amendment has been highlighted in red in the policy, and I will just reference to that amendment. We made just a few minor changes to points 1 and 2, and you can see those and read that for yourself, but the most prudent one as per the policy was point number 3, now considered point number 3, effective 2024, approved third-party contractors may be hired by residents for the application of dust suppression on Clearwater County's road network using either oil-based or non-oil-based products. Costs will be entirely borne by the residents. And this particular sentence, I believe, clearly abides by the recommendation put forward at the Strategic Planning Council Committee of the whole meeting on April 15th.
Okay. I have a quick question in that regards, the changes that we made. So we have identified, like you've mentioned, oil-based or non-oil-based, but have we, in the policy statement, if we read the policy statement, I think it contradicts what we've just mentioned previous. And I'm looking at the last few words, at no cost to the applicant. So I'm wondering if that needed to be changed when I read the policy statement. Go ahead, Director Magnus.
Yeah, and that's, that refers to the, if Clearwater County was to apply, the dust suppression would be referred to the water-based dust suppression.
Okay,
yeah.
Just making sure, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. My vehicle came with a 3-year warranty, and I certainly expect it to last significantly beyond that. I think Chief Emmons stated this quite well, that this is a service level issue. That are we going to say that even though the oil-based product is superior, and depending how long it lasts, is lower cost than the calcium, that we're going to make them pay for the whole amount. But I also have a concern with the message that we will spend millions paving a section of road that has a small number of people on it, and then we'll go and spend $1 million more if required to add additional plow truck and heated storage for them. And we don't consider cost recovery at all. But when it comes to this asphalt-like dust suppression that actually adds more value than just dust suppression, are we going to withdraw that level of service? I see this great incompatibility in approach. And the reason that I made that motion to reconsider how we could reduce some of the problems and costs to restore the oil-based product, the asphalt-like product to our residents, I think that needs more work. To explore some of the other options that are possible.
When you used your vehicle analogy, I was thinking of shingles on my roof. All roofs are supposed to be the same, and I'm supposed to have a 35-year warranty on my shingles, and I didn't make 5 years. So every roof's supposed to be the same, right? So, so warranty is really applicable to the placement where it's at. So, and it wasn't because I had cats running up and down my roof either. So, because I have barn cats. Oh, for sure, yes, a hailstorm, a windstorm, et cetera, et cetera. So I appreciate the comments. I do want to ask, the one thing, because I've had a few phone calls since then, particularly around subdivision, where somebody phoned me and said, I would love to have a subdivision paved. I'm like going, ooh, that's one's interesting. We don't have equipment for, you know, for a smaller subdivision per se. And so I said, you may want to contact Public Works and that end of things. And I'm just wondering if maybe how many subdivisions in our county existing that are not paved? Because I know our MDP now says for a multi-lot subdivision, it has to be paved. So whereas in the past, they haven't had that. And maybe you can offer some clarification around that, CEO Emmons, because you've been around for some of these older subdivisions. So anyway, please.
Yeah, gray hair has its benefits. So yes, like Diamond Willow, that's a multi-lot that was created under the 2010 MDP and was paved at the time of subdivision. Prior to that, and that was the only multi-lot created in the time of the 2010. So there is one example only. Prior to the 2010, multi-lot subdivisions fell under the previous MDP rule, which did not require communal systems, pavement, so it was much more economical to develop. So yeah, we have Cougar Ridge, we have Clearwater Estates, we have every other, Fletcher's, many other subdivisions, and none of them are paved. Again, Clearwater County, the developer out in Nordegg, we created the entire north side. Under our rules of the day, it was a gravel standard. That one, we've been asked, you know, you're the developer, pave it. Well, the rules of the day was a rural standard. And if we would have paved it, those costs, because the cost of construction, we would have charged more for the lots, and they would have paid for the pavement anyway under the lot purchase. If we pave it today, it would be on an off-site levy. They'd pay for it today. So if that helps kind of clarify, you know, Clearwater Estates to me is a prime example. They've signed up for the oil-based product for many years. When that multi-lot subdivision was created, it was not only created with only one access in and out, but under a rural gravel road standard. You know, I well appreciate, if that helps.
Yep.
I well appreciate also the analogy of the vehicle. A vehicle's expectation for life is far greater than an oil-based product. I do need to clarify the asphalt-like. There is no stabilization. It is petroleum-based, whereas asphalt comes with a stabilizer. You will note that all asphalt cracks. An oil-based product literally waves because it doesn't have that stabilizer. It acts entirely different. And even asphalt is projected to last 15 years. Sunchild, we got 8. These aren't permanent pieces of infrastructure. Everything carries a life. Everything. A bridge is designed to last 50 years. We have bridges that are actually 80 years old, and that puts it to the more economical benefit. So the fact that it's warranted for 3 puts out the parameters of an expected life. When the manufacturer says, you know what, you buy that blender and I'm guaranteeing it for 1 year, I hope to get more as well. But when that hope becomes the expectation, when I get a vehicle off warranty, I've never had luck going back to the dealership and saying, fix that vehicle. It's 20 years old, but it used to run. There is a reason for that, so.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. The proposed amendments that are currently on here, the number 3, is there gonna be some way of ensuring that people are not doing this randomly, completely on their own without Clearwater County's involvement? I just worry that this is allowing people to just go off and do it without us having control over our own road network. I just wanna make sure there's a prevention of that in place as well.
Director Magnus?
Excellent comment, Councillor Melhoff. You're absolutely right. With this comes now the part where administrative has to put together a procedural process to account for all of that. And our next step is to sit down as a team, as a Public Works operational team, in addition to any other individuals within the organization, to come together and put together a procedure in how this is going to play out, which may also require bringing in legal, because it is our road network and we still manage it. It's under our purview and we need to keep it safe for our vehicular traffic, etc. So yeah, it is not going to be a random thing where people just all willy-nilly, I want this here and I want it tomorrow. A procedure has to be put together on how we're going to manage it, for sure.
So subsequent to that, sorry, Deputy Reeve, there are other counties that do this as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And again, excellent comment there as well, Reeve Swampson. So in anticipation of this, the team has already reached out to at the very least one, if not a couple others, and see what they have in place in regards to allowing this in their municipality and bringing in third-party contractors. So we're going to reach out to them. We're not going to try to invent the wheel again here, and definitely utilize every resource imaginable to make sure that that we have a solid procedural foundation in place.
For sure. Follow-up?
Yes, thank you. Should we be adding then, as per procedure number blank, so that people know that they actually have to reference a procedure and they can't just be like, well, the policy says I could call whoever I wanted and I could put it, based on who we have listed, and can just put it on the road network without letting you know. Should we be adding in an amendment to say as per procedure?
I don't think it's policy's philosophy, and we'll be putting that procedure together and the necessary document. And when individuals want to reach out to third-party contractors, we'll have that paperwork in place to make sure that they abide by our conditions.
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Lai?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. The discussion kind of developed from where I was coming from, but maybe further to what, I guess, being part of the discussion around the dust control products. And I think there's no doubt that the oil-based product had some benefits. The community viewed it more positively. However, there, from time to time, I'm sure there were some negative interactions by, you know, perhaps the county saying this dust control is no longer safe and needs to be ripped up, or the partner in that oil-based product being put on, said the oil-based product has been fine until these trucks moved in and you let these trucks move in. So you should, I mean, those kind of conflicts happening. I don't know if item 3 is really going to entirely remove that kind of challenge. If that's, I sense that's part of the discussion around only putting one option for dust control. I mean, Neil used a good analogy. I'll fling out one that it's, if we're only giving an option of a paper cup and not an option of a plastic cup, nobody's going to put the paper cup in the dishwasher and try to use it again, because it just won't happen. It just won't work next time. So if we remove one of those options, is that why we're trying to remove that long-term problem? Is that greater than just the problem with the product, or is it trying to keep those interactions, unpleasant interactions with the community? Are we trying to get away from that, or are we trying to just get away from a more complex dust control problem? Maybe if there's any comments around that, it would be helpful.
Emmons?
Thank you. Yeah, I'll take this one, because this one's a little dicey. So anytime there's a policy or a service that we provide that is continually controversial, of course we look at that. I'll bring this council back to bona fide need. You know, when I spent my years in planning, inevitably, every time you approved a bona fide need, when that need was over, an individual came back and said, you know, I invested there, now I want to keep it. So to a degree, I would say yes, but really, if I may clarify, anytime you rip up a dust control, it is a conflict, whether it's oil-based or a calcium product. I would suggest, probably from my perspective, Councillor Lougheed, the more accurate statement would be trying to mitigate the expectation level. We're getting phone calls where people are upset because the calcium only lasted a year, and they expected more. The oil-based product only lasted 5 years, so you know, staff didn't do a good job because the neighbor got 8 or 10. I would say it's actually mitigating the expectation of that product. Staff, I was kind of joking this morning, actually, even about this conversation. Staff doesn't work on commission. They don't get paid one more dime to rip this product up. So they do it with apprehension, because they know as soon as they put a blade to that product, the councilor's getting a call and they're getting a call. So it needs to be ripped up, because they know inevitably they have to justify why they did it, when they did it, how they did it. And staff, myself, don't look for that conflict. We really don't. So it needs to be ripped up. Our graders have other things to do, to be blunt. So both products actually come with conflict. Both products come with an expectation. I will say it's easier to defend calcium because it's a 1 year, everybody knows it's a very temporary product. It dissipates with water. That in itself tells you it's a paper cup. The oil-based product, the expectations have grown almost to exceed asphalt. When you start getting comparatives of, you know, well, I got 15 years, my neighbor got 20. 15 years is a fail. Asphalt is expected, hoped to make 15 years, and we don't get 15 years out of all the asphalt products, depending on the traffic. An oil-based product, no different. You get close to an intersection where people are turning on it, and it waves. You know, you put it on a pit run road and you're gonna see higher success rate than, you know, some of these, roads north off the pavement on the Oris. I was up that yesterday and it is bleeding like crazy. If there was any, oil-based product on that road, it would be a fail. And that has nothing to do with application. So I would say it's actually more to do with expectation than actually, your point, Councillor Lahi.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Deputy Reeve Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you for confirming that we don't need to put the procedure in there. I support the amendments as presented, whereas the previous policy did not allow for application of anything else on our road network by independent residents. So I would support this. It allows for multi-lots or any other type of development to still continue to have the SB90 that they have had successful for years. I would make the motion that we approve these amendments. And then if required, we can discuss more amendments to this policy if the council so wishes.
Okay. So, yeah, I can formally say you make the motion? Okay. So Deputy Reeve Mello has made the motion to approve the amendments. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Yes, just some comments on the ongoing discussion here. I think manufacturers adjust their warranty to provide some assurance, but to the point that it doesn't cost them too much to fulfill. So that's one of the issues. One of the benefits with this asphalt-like dust control is that it does have some asphalt in it and that it remains in the roadbed. So the lowest cost end-of-life option that we've been presented is to rejuvenate it with a small amount of oil. So I think we can manage people's expectations, and by giving them the options of telling them, well, you know, your dust control has reached its end of life, you can choose to do this. And then they make the decision, and there's no argument. You decide to let it go back to gravel, okay, they may still argue. You decide, you've made the decisions to pay to have it rejuvenated and restored, or to let it go. And I think that's something that may need other work. I think people are going to find it unpalatable when we tell them, well, if you want to pay for this, you can, you know, you have to pay for it all yourself, even though your neighbors are driving on it, but you have to do it our way. I don't think that's going to be popular. It would be useful to know what our average life range has been for the use of this product in the past. It would provide a more accurate presentation of what the actual costs have been for the program, rather than you know, to look at it as having only a 3-year life, or, you know, having to be replaced in the 4th year. I'm okay with this amendment, but I think, again, more work needs to be done on this issue.
Okay. Thank you. I would think with as the comment made about you know, the average life expectancy, my spidey senses are saying this is a Brownlee it depends answer. Lawyer answer. It depends on where and conditions, etc. So, anyways, okay, Councillor Ratcliffe and then Councillor Lawhead.
Question relating
Or
to this.
sorry, Councillor
So-
Lawhead and then Councillor Northcott.
Oh,
Sorry,
sorry.
nope,
So
nope, you
did
go
I-
ahead.
did
Nope,
I-
go ahead. Nope,
Oh,
go ahead.
I'm sorry if I got out of sequence there. My question probably won't take any time at all, but with other policies within the county, relating to roads. Sometimes if an individual upgrades a road to a municipal standard, then the county takes that section of road over as permanent. So my question is, with that amendment that's there, does that open the door for somebody taking that small section of road in front of their place, developing it to a municipal paved standard, a band-free status, and then turning it over to the county forever and ever to maintain it? So does that open the door for that? Is that an option, or is there something that would preclude that from happening?
CO Emmons?
Absolutely not. You know, so getting away from the oil-based product, and you're talking full-on asphalt, that would require approval. At the end of the day, it is Clearwater County's road, it's a municipal road, ours to govern. I would suggest anytime that happens, it would be associated and attached to a condition on a development permit, no different than when we had industry move out north off of 598, and it was a requirement of that company to pave up to their doorstep to mitigate dust, to help with the traffic and deal with the some of the negative effects that come along with commercial industry and industrial industry out into the rural area. That was a condition placed upon them, but at the end of the day, they would have to acquire ultimately Public Works permission and bring it forward to this room, because there is a long-term investment and maintenance cost that would be added to that, so no.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Councillor Northcott?
Alrighty. I don't think the previous dust suppression policy should have been amended or changed. It used to be a 1/3, 2/3 cost share and a 50/50 cost share for the SB 90. Each application does have has their own unique benefits. Like calcium, it's cost effective, it's quick, and it can offer safety benefit to residents. In short sections, I have heard complaints for longer sections where it can, during rainy season and rust and stuff and so on for vehicles. However, if it's in a shorter length, it's quick and it does offer safety to reduce dust. The SB 90, in multi-lot subdivisions, ring roads and things like that for lighter traffic, has its benefits there. To have, I suspect in the future you'll have more confusion and conflict with this, having individual approved contractors and residents solely just paying for this application themselves. Where before, when it was 50/50 cost share, the applicants, they would have, correct me if I'm wrong, they would have had to have filled out an application or apply to have dust suppression applied in front of their property. And it would have clearly stated that if it's no longer safe for vehicle travel or has deteriorated or has passed a 3-year time frame, that it can be removed. So if that was clearly stated, I'm just curious, out of how many dust suppression applications that have been applied, how many complaints have come back? Is it 2% of the applications, the applicants that have complained when it's removed, or is it 10%, or do we have 90% of the people that have applied for dust suppression, complain when it's removed, or what's the, if there was, I don't know if I'm getting if there was, for example, 100 dust suppression applications applied in 2021, how many conflicts was there with residents that didn't want their dust suppression removed? Was it 2 or 4, 90? Just curious. I know that information probably not readily available, but I just thought I'd see.
CO Emmons?
I personally haven't kept those statistics, Councillor Northcott, but I can tell you that every time it seems to pit administration against council, because the ratepayer phones a councillor, and it ends up he said, she said, to the point where I've instructed Public Works, without fail, anytime prior to ripping up a dust control, I want full-on pictures and documentation. So it's elevated to that level where we need to prove how we're maintaining safe road, so that we can justify our actions So it's not our word against theirs. So it's been enough, we've had to elevate it to that status.
Thank you. Councilor Graham?
If you called on me first, I was gonna say 100%, but I have not involved in that, so it's just a guess. Zero facts behind it. I was just gonna say that I will be supporting this motion. We had a very robust conversation during strategic planning, and the numbers, I would say, support the motion as presented here. We had the numbers on the warranty work, how much it costs, and everything along those lines. So for those reasons and reasons previously stated in these conversations, I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you. All right, so third reading is on the floor. If no further blinky lights, I will, go ahead, Councilor Northcott.
Yeah, like again, I'll state this, I don't think it should have been amended or changed in the first place with 1/3, 2/3 cost shares for calcium and or the 50/50 for the SB 90. However, to be able to give residents some form of SB 90 application or the oil base, I will support this. Because currently without this, there's no option for them to get any form of SB 90. So as much as I don't think it should have been ever changed in the first place from the 1/3, 2/3 for calcium and the 50/50 for SB 90, I will support this to give residents for those unique situations where they would like a SB 90 dust suppressant.
Thank you. All right, so no more blinky lights. I'll call the question. All those in favor of the dust suppression amendments policy, to the policy? All those in favor? And that motion is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Councilor Ratcliffe.
I would like to make an additional motion that administration research the issues and potential policy around offering dust control as a service.
Could that be a notice of motion? So the council has,
It fits here,
Versus-
does it not?
I'm just thinking of a proper, it might be easier as a notice of motion for that. So that way you could bring back the intent, but are the,
Well,
but it fits, yeah. So the motion would be to, sorry, I'll get you to repeat.
to research a number of options to provide dust control as a service, which would have a fixed annual fee. The county would monitor the condition and take whatever action is appropriate. And basically, we're taking out the complaints. We're taking out the administrative overburden of people calling in and wanting this. And then it can be amortized over a longer period.
Clarification.
And that both, actually, we should probably look at three options of asphalt, the SB 90, and calcium in that research, as those would be the options that ratepayers would have.
So I'm asking for clarification, Councilor Ratcliffe. Are you making a motion for an entirely new service for dust suppression?
As a way of providing that service, yes.
In what way then is this policy that we just agreed to the amendments not providing that service? That the county's not? Because we still provide a calcium service, but we're not necessarily providing a SB 90 service. This product is what I'm assuming this, what we just approved for amendments. I'm
Okay.
confused in what you're asking. So I guess I'm asking for clarification. So I'll
Okay.
get you to repeat, sorry.
At this point, we require people to pay the full amount
For
upfront.
SB 90.
Well, for all of it, for
No.
all the options,
No, SB 90.
only SB 90.
Yeah, there's 50% for the Cal 90.
Okay.
Yep.
What
And-
it says
number
in there, if they choose to go to the water-based option, that's 50%. If they choose to reach out to a third-party contractor, so if they choose to go through Clearwater County in terms of applying for a water-based dust suppression option via contract through us, it's 50%. If they choose to reach out to a third-party contractor, whether it be water-based, oil-based, or some other approved dust suppression product, then they pay for it 100%.
Yes,
That's how this is written out, this policy.
right,
Okay.
okay. So even though the oil-based product is better, more people are choosing the water-based as a more affordable option because of cost.
Only if
What?
you ask the county to do it, but if you ask a third party to do the water base, you pay for that.
Yeah. So who's
Not
going
the
to do,
county, they don't pay 50% of that.
who's going to do that?
There's lots of people out there that will do water-based, or, yeah, water-based dust suppressant. And the county also does it. If you go to the county, we'll do it at 50%.
Yes.
But if you go to a third party, you pay for it all,
Yeah, okay,
on all three components.
okay. So
Go ahead.
what I'm suggesting is a change in how we deliver this service so that it is similar to the way we maintain paved roads or gravel roads, and that this be just a similar service that has the same fee every year. And so to do that, we would need to know the average life of applications and base that cost around that.
Okay. So the motion, I see blinking lights. Go ahead, Councillor Graham, and then I'll just keep.
I don't think I fully understand your intent behind this, Councillor Radcliffe. So you want the county to, so there's an annual fee instead of an upfront fee?
Yes,
Okay, and then you want staff to be checking on it every year?
well, we run graders over it, so we have an idea, like we're already doing that for existing dust control.
Yes, and I know these got, well, Mr. Langford is out there all the time too, likely checking these as well, but so essentially you would like to have SB 90 again, put in by the county,
Options,
and it's just an annual fee instead of an upfront fee, is basically?
right. And like we maintain roads for eternity, we maintain their dust control.
Okay, I see, I understand now. Thank you.
Councillor Light?
I think I'm piecing together what you're saying, but essentially what you're saying is that the county will offer a service for a fee, a full cost recovery fee? Is that what and then that would, of course, could be competitive with industry that does the same thing, except that the county is determining when that work is no longer safe for the community?
The same
it's
as
a
we
little
do
bit
for
like
asphalt roads.
fox and hen house in some ways. I think it could be somewhat unworkable, but maybe administration has some comments around that one, but maybe I understand it only in part.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I think I know where you're going, but please correct me if I'm wrong. So instead of an upfront cost, it'd be like an offsite levy, only in the form of a fee, because you have an increased service level out front of the property with the oil-based or calcium, because you can, like if we say, hey, I want calcium in front of my property forevermore, I pay a fee every single year for the county to ensure that my calcium is working well, or we come up with whatever that fee is, or if it's SB 90, until I say, I no longer want SB 90. And if it lasts 3 years or if it lasts 10 years, it's maintained every year or 3 or whenever it's needed. for an annual, or are you proposing monthly, or are we proposing we investigate what that fee looks like? I'm just curious, like, it seems like an off-site levy based on a service level, but I could be wrong.
Yes, that's a good description. And like an off-site levy, it would simply be on the property tax. So there's no great burden to administer it.
Director Hagan and Mr. Han.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Just for clarification, I think what Deputy Reeve is referring to is actually a local improvement.
Thank you,
As opposed to an off-site levy. Off-site levy, for clarification, would be something that a municipality would require from a developer. So for instance, a developer is going to put in a new subdivision and they're required to put in, say, sanitary lines, that sort of thing. But it now means that we have to beef up other services that are not located directly at that. We might have to increase the capacity of a water treatment plant or a sewage treatment plant, that sort of thing. So then the developer is levied amounts that go pay for those other incidental costs that are coming as well. But a local improvement would be specific to one area that a group of taxpayers or ratepayers agree to, and then that would be added on to the tax levy as well, onto their tax notice.
Mr. Han?
Yeah, I just have a question, like, is this a voluntary thing that people would sign up for? And is it full cost recovery or a percentage?
I think that's if that's a subsidized service or not, I think is another decision to be made. It would be useful to see how the numbers looked for me before making that decision, whether it's subsidized or not.
Councilor Graham?
You made a motion, right?
Yes, he did.
Yes. I very much appreciate your thinking outside of the box with this, Councillor Radcliffe. For me, it kind of contradicts the policy that we just approved. This is our second time going through this policy in this term. I think we've spent adequate time and adequate resources. I don't want to say perfecting, because there's always room for improvement on policies especially, but we've spent a lot of time and resources coming up with this policy, and it very much contradicts it, I feel. So I will not be supporting your motion, but I very much appreciate your perspective and outside of the box thinking on this.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor, do you have anything more to add, Councillor Radcliffe, or? Okay, go ahead.
Just to respond to that, let me quote the distributor of the SB 90 in saying that it is the best and most cost-effective product. But the numbers we've been given present something entirely opposite. And, the numbers we've been given, to me, ignore the fact that one SB 90 application is 4 to however long it lasts calcium applications. And it's that longevity that makes it the lowest cost. So, to me, those are comparisons we haven't seen.
I have a question in regards to that, Councillor Radcliffe. This distributor that you're referring to, do they have, did you talk to them at our RMA trade show? Because I've talked to many distributors of SB 90 at the RMA trade shows, so, and I've talked to them in regards to their products. So is that where you talked to this distributor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, did you want to respond to that, Councillor Graham? Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to use my chocolate chip story for this one. I remember when I was in home ec, I had the awesomest home ec teacher in high school, and we were making chocolate chip cookies. And she said, use half the amount of chocolate chips as the bag says, because they want to sell more chocolate chips, so they tell you to use more. So I would argue if you went to the calcium providers that they would say their product is the best as well. And the numbers that we received were factual information numbers. So I can't argue them. So I guess that's my rebuttal. I don't know. Rebuttal's the wrong word.
Okay.
My response.
That's okay. No, that's fair. Okay, Councillor Radcliffe?
I would like better clarification of those numbers. But the long-term lowest cost of the oil-based product is also based on that part of that product is still there in that road base. And it can be rejuvenated to supposedly original capability at a relatively low cost. So it's that whole part of it that makes it the lowest cost.
Director Magnus?
I just want to make a comment. For those of you who chose to read the April 15th agenda item, the April 15th Strategic Planning Committee of the whole meeting, all comments presented by Councillor Radcliffe were clearly presented in that agenda item. And as pointed out by Councillor Graham, those are the actual data numbers there. What it costs to lay it down, your long-term costs, if you want to do an improvement, Mr. Hagan pointed out improvement tax, or however it's called, put on tax roll, the numbers are in there. This is what it would cost. This is what it would entail in terms of we would roll it into a tax roll and so on. It's all there.
Thank you. Okay, go.
Okay, well, there's been a
Go ahead.
significant amount of discussion about this dust suppression policy. I don't think it should have ever been changed or amended. It should have been left. If, whether the county applies the SB 90 or a contractor applies it, this municipality is still going to be involved in the whole process. It's county's road. So there was a process in place with the current like the previous policy that was 1/3, 2/3 for calcium, 50/50 for SB 90. Residents understood how the process worked. You can come in, you can pay your fee, you can, pay your portion for the dust suppression. The administration was still going to be involved with, it's the safety aspect of the SB 90, or if it was time to be removed. The discussion could have been maybe where the 50/50 cost shares, those could have been adjusted, right? Maybe we're 60/40 or 70/30 or 90/10 or whatever, to make it quite simple. But we have used a considerable amount of time talking about this dust suppression policy when both applications, the SB 90 or the calcium, have their unique applications, or they have a valid application for each area, right? Like calcium's quick, cheap, effective, and it can offer safety. The SB 90 is better in roundabouts and multi-lot subdivisions. So there was a policy in place that could have had a small adjustment, maybe to the cost share, if that was the concern with it, and the future costs of the program. But I would be interested, I guess, like to hear more of Mr. Ratcliffe's ideas and thoughts, but maybe for clarity, if it was brought forward as a notice of motion, just so that it could be clear for me to understand, and then we could all have some input in it at that time in the future.
Okay, so discussion, that we're focusing our discussion on the motion that Councillor Ratcliffe has put forward still with this agenda item. So I'll go back to Councillor Ratcliffe, and then I have two more blinking lights.
Okay. Thank you, Reeve. I didn't finish responding to Councillor Graham. The vendor I got the most information from does do calcium and SB 90 both. They did not see their municipal sales dropping, but anyway, they market calcium as a temporary solution and the SB 90 as the best, lowest cost long-term solution. So they're not motivated either way.
All right, two more blinking lights, and then I'm going to call the question on Councillor Ratcliffe's motion. So go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. I always love the whole bag of chocolate chips.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm a whole bag chocolate chip cookie baker. Since this motion is to investigate options not to implement them. I will support doing the investigative work. I just simply want to find ways to ensure that SB 90 is available, and that may be just the amendments that we made today, and that may be other options. I think that it's important that we investigate things as much as we can. So I will support the investigation, and it may be just bringing back the information that was very well presented on the April 15th to ensure that everybody understands it to its fullest ability. But I will support it.
Councillor Logie?
Thank you, and I agree with Councillor Northcott. Much time has been spent discussing this, and some of it even just bringing up whether you supported it in the past or not. But council did make a decision to move forward with this policy. We have some amendments that we just passed, actually. And ultimately, I believe policies are living documents. We will come back at some point in time. If this policy doesn't meet the needs of the community, I'm sure the individuals sitting around this table will hear about that and need to do better when that time comes, if that time comes. And I won't be supporting the motion because I believe we've already made decisions around this, and let's give it time to see how this policy plays out with the community.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, I just want to say that SP 90 was developed at the Stauffer New Alta plant 30 years ago. I was part of the development with Neil Brown and Larry Sands. We blended it there for him, and then he took it over from us. There is nobody out there that I know of that guarantees any SP 90 past 150 yards, 150 feet, 150 yards, and 3 years. And water base, 1 year. They like it on hillsides to get rid of dust. It works the best on a slope. SP 90 does not work good on a side slope. It slips. So our water base works great on intersections where you need to get rid of dust and on slopes. SP 90 does not work, but you will not get anybody to guarantee it more than 3 years or more than 150 yards. Just some information on what is SP 90. It is a crude oil-based mixed gravel.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I had a concern around the application distance. And so I checked with the distributor on that, and they said, well, we've just signed a contract to supply material for a 22-kilometer application. So maybe the product has developed since then that they are offering that that's no longer a consideration. But that's research I did.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor by Councillor Ratcliffe, and I'm going to go to Ms. Serhan or Ms. Alana McLean. Would you like to?
Sorry, I just have a quick question. Thank you, Reeve. May I have clarification on the motion, please?
Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe, could you?
Let's try. I actually think the Deputy Reeves said it better. The motion is to research a dust control as a service option for the taxpayers of the county. And to bring that information back to council.
Ms. Serhan?
Just a financial perspective, if I'm selling one product and making $5 and I'm selling a different product that satisfies you the same but make $10 on it, which product am I gonna encourage you to purchase? And we can't know what each vendor's motivation is for preferring one product over another.
Thank you. All right, with clarification, oh, go ahead, CO Emmons, sorry.
Respectfully, the motion's so broad, I'm struggling with what already hasn't been presented, what information's being sought, that hasn't already addressed that. And administration truly, if this motion passes, we want to fulfill the want of council, and I'm not clear on what that is.
So, Councillor Ratcliffe, what new information would you be requesting for this?
I don't want to tell administration what their job should be. I could, given a little more time, come up with a list of options that could be considered, but wouldn't necessarily be complete.
So respectfully, what more new information that this council hasn't seen that you would like administration to bring back? I think that's what the question is.
Okay, what I would anticipate is a spreadsheet that would look at the different products, and it would need to be based on some number, which would be like the median life that could be applied to all of the different applications, and it would show the life cycle or the longer term costs of providing it as a service.
If I may, that was already presented at the April 15th. The costs were in there for the costs associated with lifetime maintenance of that oil-based product. That was in there. So you can refer back to April 15th. It's in there.
I went through that a few times and I didn't see it.
Yeah, then we need better clarification, Councillor Ratcliffe, because I'm not sure what you're asking either.
So possibly, go ahead, Mr. Howe.
Thank you. Just want to add to Director Magnus' comments. So in the April 15th agenda item, it was mentioned that SB 90 has a 21.9% of relay each year, just for 3-year warranty. That is the total cost of $1,508 per year. So you can assume that would be the cost per year adding on to if you want extra warranty in life. So if you want 4 years, just add another $1,588 to the original amount. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I guess I'm looking for, is the extra information that you've offered, that Councillor Ratcliffe's offered, again, I understand that administration has presented all of that on April 15th. So Councillor Ratcliffe, is it maybe an opportunity to have a further discussion one-on-one on those clarifications, or is your, what, like I'm asking, like what specific evidence, the generalities are far gone. Like I would agree with Councillor Northcott, we have beaten this horse, in my opinion, and spent a lot of time. I would like this to play out, but, because I won't be supporting your motion. I feel we've spent enough time and we've got other priorities. But if what more of the new evidence that administration can bring forward for your motion specifically? Because they've done the comparables as outlined, or do you want to maybe table your motion until you have an opportunity to go back to April 15th? Or do you want a decision now?
If Public Works is asking for more information, so tabling the motion to flesh that out would seem to be the best way of moving forward.
Okay. Looking at this council in regards to tabling the motion, would you make that, would you table your motion then? Would you make the motion to table your motion? Or go ahead, okay, no, I can't, I see you got a head shake over there, so go ahead, CO Evans.
Sorry, Reeve Swanson. At
That's
this time, there's no motion to table.
Okay.
Nothing's passed.
Right.
He would either, Councillor Ratcliffe would either withdraw his motion, or the motion would pass, requesting the information.
Okay.
Like, Public Works didn't ask for any further information. Respectfully, it was Councillor Ratcliffe, and I was just seeking clarification of what that information was.
Right.
I'm starting to feel nowhere to go because I think it's been asked and answered and presented, and not sure what the objective is anymore.
Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
And we have belabored this, yes.
Would you like to
Okay.
leave the motion stand?
I will withdraw the motion because the motion obviously needs more detail.
All right, thank you. So with the motion withdrawn, and we have no further items on this, or no further discussion on this item, I will call a recess for lunch. We'll return at 1 o'clock. And welcome back to our meeting of May 14th, 2024. We are now at the delegation section of our agenda at 1 o'clock. And we have the Nordegg Trail Society. And before we get into their presentation, we're going to do a quick round of introductions. And I'll start on my right, please.
Good afternoon, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good afternoon and welcome. Daryl Wahid, Councillor for Division 3.
Welcome, thanks for making the drive in. Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Welcome, good afternoon, Michelle Swanson, Division 7 Councillor in Reeve.
Good afternoon, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good afternoon, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5 Councillor. Thank you for coming in this afternoon. And we really are very nice people, so please don't be nervous.
Welcome, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6. Don't believe me, you really are nice people. We have fun here.
Good afternoon, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good afternoon and welcome, Rick Emmons, CEO.
You may go ahead.
Dominic Komet from Leslieville, and with the Nordegg Trail Society, I'm sort of connected through the Bighorn Backcountry Standing Committee.
Thank you.
Jason Ariano, Nordegg, and Nordegg Trail Society.
Good afternoon, Tom Jordan. I'm an executive on the NTS.
Annette Svederus with the Nordegg Trail Society, and good afternoon to everyone.
Thank you. So with that, we're here to listen to your presentation, and I'll turn the floor over to you to do your presentation for council right now.
Okay. So thanks everyone for allowing us to come in and give you the quick and dirty of what we've been doing and how we started. You guys all had a chance to look at the slideshow, so nothing's really changed from the material that you've been given. And then we can just do a quick question and answer at the end, and we're here to tell you or not tell you what we know. So, I guess I go this way? There we go. So basically we have it kind of broken into a few parts. We're going to go through a quick introduction. You've met a few of us already. And then what we did last year, basically how this all came to be, and then what we have planned for the next phase of 2024, and then opportunities for us to work with the county. And then obviously questions and answers at the end. So the Trail Society, this is how it came about. We're trail advocates for the futures of trails in the Nordegg area. So this is a local driven initiative to provide community input and guidance for our trails. And we're representing motorized and non-motorized usage. And the goal is to create long-term trail sustainability. So we were a registered society in the fall of 2022. We have myself, Tom, Brad Paris, Shauna Law, Brett Pollock, Lanny Anderson, Vance Bouchard, kind of formatting's weird there, Josh Duffy, Ken Larley, Loyal Ma, and Brian Olstead are on our executive. Each of those kind of doing a different role. So there's quite a good number of representing climbing and equestrian, motorized, non-motorized, mountain bike, hiking. So we've got kind of a wide spectrum of interests of the group. And then other kind of supporting members in the area. So why did we start this? Well, as we all know, Nordegg's now on the map. It's a destination. COVID increased the Nordegg tourism traffic and people exponentially out there. So that includes residents, cottages, and of course visitors. And there's a demand on our trails, and then there's a demand for maintenance. And there's also this huge tourism initiative. It's kind of simultaneously with this, Alberta Parks and Recreation are also started to develop a trail plan for the area. So that they didn't have a group in the area to work with, and I'm involved with other organizations with trail management and trail plans with down in Bright Creek. And so they were kind of like, well, who do we talk to? How do we go about getting a user group in the area? There was nothing active, so that's how this started up. So kind of simultaneously. So we already had local volunteers that were kind of maintaining the trails, a group of advocate people out there. We're from a small little group. We're clearing trails and maintaining the trails on an ad hoc basis. And we want to be involved in the development and planning from a local initiative. So that gives us a local perspective. It's community-led, and this also helps to designate and protect our trails within the county, but mainly in the Crown land piece. And this provides local support and it's local involvement, so it's kind of a grassroots initiative. So the areas that we are kind of involved in, obviously the Nordegg area, which is the county piece too, but Coliseum, Baldy, Eagle Ridge to the river, so kind of down to the North Saskatchewan, and then out to Fish Lake, the Goldeye area, and then we also have kind of other areas of interest that people have asked if we can help support their trails in that area. So kind of that, we're small, so we don't want to take on too much, but we also want to make sure we're kind of including where the need is out there. So where do the county trails fit in? There's the Lakeview network that's existing, just on the edge, kind of behind the community center there. Then there's the North Nordegg subdivision, the trails within there and kind of around there. And then kind of future connectors for the hamlet in and around. How do we connect the public land section back to the county section and to the hamlet and the subdivision? And then also the meadow hostel net like work that kind of falls in between the county and the public land section, and then OHV trails kind of in and out too. So we kind of want to represent the community and the users for all those areas. So what have we been doing? Last year, so we started in the fall of 2022, lots of kind of work and getting everyone together. And then last summer, we kicked off kind of 4 successful trail days, which totaled about 375 hours just on those trail days. We have a trail steward program that people can kind of adopt a trail, and their job is to maintain the trails or let us know if there's trail problems. And then that leads into the community involvement, and then people that are helping out with their own, if they're out on a hike, they take a set of clippers and kind of trim back the trails or clear deadfall with their saws. And people have donated materials and supplies to us already, fixing creeks and things like that for materials of wood and lumber. And then at community events, we had a booth at the recreational fair, Nordegg Days, and then we also did a booth at the Christmas market to show everyone the maps. We also have some brochures. We can pass a couple of these maybe each way for you guys to have a look at. And these were also included in your thing. So these were just kind of information to people. And they had those available at our community events. So we also did some work in the Lakeview network. Nothing's really been done on the trails out there. So we did some minor bridge repair, cleaned back the trails, cut the deadfall out. And then we worked within the subdivision trails. And especially after the big snowfall we had in June last year, things were just like a mess. So we kind of took it upon ourselves just to clean it up as locals. And then as well, with the other surrounding trails, the eco trails, we created a new kind of mountain bike trail called R&R, which is off the the west side of Coliseum, and it kind of comes down to the subdivision, off the viewpoint there. Baldy Canyon Trail, we did fix that up, so it's kind of networking within the North Subdivision. Ranger Station trails that go from the North Subdivision over to the Ranger Station. 12th levels at the mountain bike section behind town, and Gittertown is another mountain bike section behind town. So those are kind of our main trails we kind of focused on to improve what we could and get them up to a better standard. We also did some print to digital, so the brochure that we mentioned just now, we've updated some trail maps on trail forks. We did a quick map on the back of the brochure so people had an idea. We all have a website that's up and running, and we also have merchandise for sale, including Jason's fancy hat, and then t-shirts and some straw hats, just to get the name out there and a bit of community support. This is the brochure that you guys have just sent around. And then there's also updated trail maps. There's printable and interactive on trail forks that people can print, or they can actually find where they're at on trail forks within the network. Yeah, sorry, yes. So trail forks is basically it's a mountain bike or hiking app that people use, and it's GPS based, so they can be like, oh, this is a green trail, this is a blue trail, this is a black trail. It gives a description. So this is our kind of a view of the web page. And I'll just kind of run through this kind of quickly here. trail descriptions on the webpage, the trail maps again, so that people can have a place to go to find out more about what's in the area for, as a recreational user. This is one of the canyons that shows elevation profiles. So Brad Paris, one of our executives, also is a web designer and all that, so we're very fortunate to have this expertise. And then there's a get involved section for donations to help with our events and things like that as well. Here's some of our merchandise that we've promoted. We also did some Christmas cards, which just like season's greetings, just as a little kind of build community stoke a little bit, and something that people could take home if they don't want a shirt, and make a little bit of money and get our name out there, kind of thing. So last year there's lots of government discussions back and forth with Alberta Parks and meetings, and more map reviews, and more meetings, and more map reviews, and as you guys know, it's very painful. So to basically develop this trail plan, we thought it would be out this spring, but we're still in another review stage. This was in conjunction with the Bighorn Backcountry Committee, and then which Dom's a member of, and then they created a subcommittee of the Bighorn Backcountry Subcommittee to basically just be the Nordegg area, which I'm sure you guys all are aware about. So that's how the Nordegg Trail Society kind of was a key player on this subcommittee to develop this Nordegg Trails plan. So we did kind of existing trails out there, we did propose with them, and future trails. So we kind of did what is the existing network, what pieces are we missing, and then what do we want for future connectors, or how is this gonna fit in? And then all that we've added, removed, we revised, added, revised on several things that it doesn't fit, and we're still in that process, especially with some of the OHV stuff. It's like, does it really fit through Muskeg? Because it was just a line drawn to that. So the Nordegg Area Trails Plan, this is what you guys have probably seen this, I'm assuming. This is the area that the government has in their scope. Nordegg's a little dot in the center, obviously. And this way, there, oops, went too fast now. There. And then obviously the Meadows Trail that you guys are aware of with the Clearwater Trails Initiative. And then the NTS is basically kind of handling the Nordegg section there, and a little bit of the Gold Ice section, and working with parks on that portion. And then Black Mountain is the Norca section. And then the Bighorn Dam Trails is kind of a motorized section. They're still in work with those guys on that. So it's in draft. It's representing motorized and non-motorized mixed use. And then they're also doing the facilities staging areas. And the final is still proposed. So we're still helping out with that. It's not. Am I not pointing at the right spot? Is it? It was going really good, and then it just kind of. I don't want to click it. It's going to go 5 slides ahead now.
Did it get flipped off maybe? On the side?
Is the power on it?
That's okay.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. So then we applied for the Alberta Public Lands Grant. So this was only for non-motorized usage. So that took all the motorized trails off of our map, and then the motorized, or the non-motorized were in. So that gave us to improve the trails, manpower, and then part of that's partnerships. So within community, businesses, the county, other user groups, but no capital expenditures. So we were. There we go. Maybe if I'd hold it up high.
I'll run it for you. I think it might have got flipped off or died.
Okay. So we were successful in that, getting a grant from the government for that, and that's based on priority trails that the NTS has decided, but we wanted to make them manageable and feasible. I'll just nod at you. So that area, once again, is basically the Nordegg area, the Coliseum area, and the Baldy area, and the Nordegg to Fish Lake. That was the area that we put into the grant. So here's a zoomed in kind of version of the network. The pink is the ones that we kind of proposed to work on. And then it's not really ideal. The orange is more the motorized side of things, but I'll go to the next one. So once again, priority trails for this year, we want to enhance the network. We have trail crews starting in May and June, and we want to train the trainer so that we can build, we're bringing in a trail builder to help us design like environmentally sustainable trails within the system. And then that way we can learn from him to build trails within our organization. And then included in that, we're doing 4 trail days this summer. So we want to, part of it, we want to keep connecting and incorporating with partnerships. We're a small community out here. Like, this is a big task for a small user group. So the partnerships are key, kind of sponsorship and local business buy-in is really key to make this successful. But as well with the community, we want to keep the community trail steward program in, and then community awareness of what we're doing to make sure everyone's on side as much as possible. So we are doing 4 trail days this summer. We're doing them Saturdays, kind of third Saturday of every month from 10 till 2. You guys are all welcome to come. Like, I'm sure you can fit this into your calendars. So the first one's in a couple weeks, and then June 22nd, July 22nd, September 14th. And we've had up to 40 people last summer. It just depends on the weekend, right? And who's out. So kind of what's our future look like? We want to kind of work and help sustain and develop the trails we talked about to overall enhance our user experience. So we need to encompass the social side of things, bring our community together, and enhance our community. The environmental side, we want to connect with the outdoors, and also we want to protect the environment. And the economic is, we are building economics within our community by giving people more things to do, hiking, biking, skiing, off-highway vehicle usage, and then overall enhancing the area so that the user experience is better, and which promotes tourism and economic growth in the area. So we've been working to help develop the trails currently, and we want to continue to do that, or our plan is to continue to do that. We have lots of enthusiasm right now, so hopefully that will continue. The Nordegg Trail Plan will designate and be considered a trail manager with the government after this is all said and done. That will give us signage and kiosks out there. That will give us trail improvement authority. That'll give us to improve bridges and treads and all that thing. Help sustain the trails from erosion and management. And then the missing piece is still kind of the public lands back to the county. And how do we do that? And how do we work with you guys to have a network so that the user can come in and be like, I'm here, how do I get to be? And with that, we need financial support. So we'd like to work with the county for sure. I mean, obviously, we're patrons within the county. Like I said, last year we did 4 trail days. That was about 375 hours, not just on the county trails, but within the network, within the small area. And lots of individual hours from people just out on their own or on the weekends outside the trail days, and all the behind the scenes work from our executive. And then local people supplying supplies for us and equipment to help this process. There are chainsaws, building materials, donated materials, and then the community events. All this has been a direct benefit back to the actual Nordegg community, to the residents, and promoting the whole area. So we'd like to work together with the county. Obviously, that was always kind of the game plan. Just getting here took a little bit to get us organized enough, so we apologize if we're a little bit late. We have been in touch with Neil, kind of updating him. He was out at some of our events, and we met some of you guys at the County Awareness Day, so thanks for coming out and trying to. We weren't trying to get ahead of ourselves, but we wanted to have something to present to you too, to tell you what we've done. So we apologize if we're behind the game a little bit, but we're further ahead than we thought we'd be too. So we did about $10,000 volunteer hours, kind of based on like just a $20, $15 an hour fee last year of what we actually put into this, which is pretty good for the first year. I think that's phenomenal myself. I've been involved in other organizations, and that's pretty quick, and with a little bit of push from the government too, for sure. And we've improved the local trails, and we've maintained like the county trails in Burton Beach as well. Creating a community where members take ownership of their trail system is our goal. So we need, because we have the grant from the government, we need support, hopefully from county or from whoever, for tools like clippers, rakes, chainsaws, and pressure treated materials for our boards and stuff like that. Those are kind of our needs, because the grant doesn't cover capital, so that's kind of a missing piece. This is just kind of our guiding principles, I guess, of where we started, just to kind of recap of where we're at. We want to collaborate, we want to be responsible and prudence of where we're at for our system. Currently, we have lots of people that have stepped up in the last year, so we want to thank those people. Like the Beehive, obviously the Alberta government, the Nordegg Community Association, the golf course, Expanse Cabbage, the Coverall Shop, Red Point Designs, the hotel, Rocky Mountain Bike and Board, Law Excavating, Art Fabrication. All these people are just kind of local people. Whitman family, Dawn, Peregrine, and it's just kind of like, we heard you're doing a good thing. We want to help. Can we help out? So we've had lots of community involvement already, which is fabulous. And that was just kind of by word of mouth. So thank you for your time. That was kind of a quick run through the presentation of where we're at. Any kind of support from the county is obviously greatly appreciated, and we'll do our best to help. And I don't know exactly how that looks for sure, like how we build this partnership, like how do we, like financially, or, you know, how do we on our insurance side of things, do we have to add you as an additional insurer to work on your trails? Like all that stuff kind of needs to be worked out. Like we're cognitive of the fact that we are on county land, but we're also the ones that are there that know when there's a tree down and the things that need to be done. So we're happy to kind of continue to facilitate that from a local's perspective. And however that transforms, our awareness to the community is through Facebook, Instagram, Trail Forks, which is the app that you'd asked about. And then we also do our updates in the Squeak to kind of get the word back to the community. We have a mailing list as well that we kind of do as needed, I guess, to let people know what we're up to. And then our webpage, and then we have an email account that people can send in questions. And with that, I'll just open it up to you guys for any questions you have for us.
Well, thank you for that. Very comprehensive presentation. I have multiple questions as we were going through, but I really would encourage maybe to sit down with administration to iron out some details and then come back to council with, you know, whatever, you know, details, because I know you're high level right now and with that, and for me, I'm curious where the crossovers and where there could be some collaboration, and really it should be at an administrative level for some of that. But I just have one question in regards to membership. You're newly started in that regards, and I know membership fee is, I guess I'd compare you to very much like the sledding trails in British Columbia. They're very popular from a lot of people who come from all over, and you pay a day fee just to go and use it, kind of thing. And it's an honorarium. I realize with something like that, that maybe that would be something to help maintain those costs for those trails and stuff like that, versus just, I know the government would be more or less in, you know, they've offered you a beautiful grant to help you get things organized and you know, put the plan in place. But like you say, you need some other instances for capital, etc. So I'm wondering if that has ever been a question or ever talked about at your level as far as having a day fee for people who want to come and use the trails.
Yeah, absolutely. And the membership fee, we've talked about, we kind of went around the table, and it's kind of, we're tapping the same people in the community. They have to be a community member, they have to be a Nordegg Community Association member, and then they have to be a Nordegg Trail Society member. So for right now, we're just kind of like, if you're interested in helping us out, we'll see where that goes. And there's nothing wrong with a membership fee to kind of facilitate it, but we don't want to tax people and we're already taxing those volunteers as a volunteer time and financially again and again. And so we just had our AGM, and we opened it up at the AGM and said, we're not doing a membership fee. Perhaps if you're on our email list, we're considering you a member as of right now. And if you feel this so inclined, could you please just donate your membership fee back to us rather than have it structured at this point? So I think I don't want to, it's a bit of a, and we've already had the graph, the AGM, we had people that just donated money to us as an ad hoc, which is, I think for right now, that's great. And will we will there in the future? I think so. But yeah, absolutely, it's a valid point.
Yeah, you guys are just really
and
getting
we also,
the ball rolling. On
that note too, like you said, user fees on the Trail Forks app, we have a donation set up there. So if you are on the app to find out where our trails are, it's donate back to the Trail Society.
Awesome.
And there's a PayPal account that goes right back to us. So that's already set up so that we can get a bit of that stuff coming in, like, you're using our maps for free, so $5 would help.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Mr. Branch. Deputy Reeve Methoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I think this is fabulous. With our meeting procedures, administration will build a background and they'll bring this back to us at a future meeting so they can give us all of the implications that go with it. So I absolutely encourage you to do just what the Reeve had said, is work with our administration to build that agenda item to come back to us. I truly think groups like yours are more nimble than we as a municipality can be, just like we are more nimble than the province can be. That's why Clearwater Trails Initiative has been able to be so successful, is they have the support of government but aren't government. So they're able to be nimble, and I think that can be the exact same with you guys. I like seeing that you are incorporating mixed use. As an equestrian and a motorist and a hiker, I love that you guys are looking at all modalities and not just one in particular. I think that's so important. I know that your one grant is based on specifically non-motorized, but in general, your group looks at all modalities, which I think is fabulous. I really look forward to seeing where this partnership can lead between your group and the county. I think it'll be great.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. You folks take big bites. There's an immense amount of work you're undertaking here. And I think all of us here at the table appreciate a community group being this active in developing their community. I have a question from the county side. Pardon me. Do you have plans for the trails in the North Subdivision that are really undeveloped at this point?
Which ones do you mean specifically?
The trails between the lots that goes along the back of the lots that go through the North Subdivision?
They're actually being used by the North Nordegg residents.
Oh, they are open?
Yeah, we keep them cleaned up and they're open, and they're like, the little signs are there saying there's a hiker like from the road, and we bike them ourselves and use them, and we keep them open and they're cleaned up. And there was one comment at our AGM, like where the trail goes onto the, private land, are we gonna fix that? And I'm like, if someone has a problem, they can let us know if it's a problem. Otherwise, maybe that's okay. Like, maybe that makes, so yeah, they're being used by the locals, and they're all open and passable.
I'll have to try them next time I'm out. I have another question. Is there a link on the county website to your trail app so that people looking for amenities in the county can easily find that?
From us to you, or the other way?
From us to you.
No, you're more than welcome to link it back to the Nordegg Trail Society website. By all means, we can set up with the information to link over to us. That's on you guys manage your website, so you'd have to add us to you. I think that's absolutely, that should be there, right? Yeah. That's a nice connection. Yeah. But yeah, we're supportive of that for sure.
Okay. As the Deputy Reeve mentioned, our administration has to have a look at the ins and outs of all of this, and I'm assuming there'll be some negotiations for accountability and all of that go into some sort of agreement. But again, thank you for bringing these amazing efforts to us this afternoon.
Awesome.
And
Any further? You will move?
I will move that this presentation be accepted for information.
Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. All right, any further comments or questions for the delegation? I have a quick question. You said you were formed as a subcommittee under the Bighorn Backcountry Society, correct?
There was just sort of a connection of working within the Bighorn Standing Committee so that all the trails that aren't within county part but public lands would be officially designated. Okay. And that's sort of the process that's going on. And I think right now, like on this year's version of the Bighorn map, those trails are in there, I believe.
Okay, so it's just a formality to make sure that,
Yeah.
yes, all
But
the
we
trails are
want to have
recognized.
like
Yep.
all the connections so that somebody starts out at the Miners Cafe or whatever, can connect to those trails.
Perfect, no, just for clarity on that. I know that we have a couple of a couple of counselors that are appointed to that committee, so just with that clarification, that's great to know that that's where the committee gets their formalization from, so that's where I was looking for. Perfect. All right, so there's a motion on the table to accept for information. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Well, thank you very much for coming in. Appreciate the information. And again, please look to get together with administration, and we look forward to the future developments of what we can do, either under a memorandum of understanding or whatever that may look like. So anyways, have a great day, and thank you for coming in.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Can you reach out to administration, or or will you reach out to us?
COMs?
Reach out to me, I'll make appropriate introductions, and yeah, we'll kick off some meetings and see where the partnerships lay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you again. Yes, thank you. Very good. Thank you again. Thank you. So with that, we will be moving on in our agenda to item 7.2A, the records digitization policy amendments. And I will look across, I'm not sure. Okay. Please, Christina, if you wouldn't mind, please.
Good afternoon, Reeve, Deputy Reeve and Council. I am here today to present amendments to the draft records digitization policy. This was presented at the April 15th, 2024 Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole. And at that time, the following resolution was passed per the draft minutes. So we had a motion by Councillor Sidney Graham that the committee recommends council approves the record digitization policy as presented. And if you like, I can certainly go back through some of that from the 15th if you like, or whatever you would like.
I'm looking at, go ahead, Deputy. No, okay.
Sorry, I didn't.
Okay, you didn't touch?
I didn't touch it this time.
Here's the ghost. There you go. Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Just have a couple of questions. I
Do you
was
want-
able to go through it already.
Okay, so just looking at the rest of council, Christine need to go through the whole thing, or are we just ready for questions? Just for questions, so that's what we'll do. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. In the policy statement, the line about legislative requirements has been struck. Are there no longer legislative requirements for retention of this data for municipalities?
Yes, it is still there. It is just kind of changed in the way we stated the sentence. So it does still say in the very end of the policy statement, well meeting legislative requirements.
In the policy statement, the very first box?
Yes.
It's in red.
Meeting legislative requirements and applicable electronic records management standards.
Very first
okay,
box.
Okay. I didn't print in color. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, no further comments?
Not right now.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Okay, go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. I found your presentation during strategic planning extremely informative. I did not realize how much requirement there was, but it's also nice to know that there's some stuff that is required to be kept paper.
Yes.
I really like paper.
We do too.
So, digital scares me sometimes, so I did like learning that there's certain things you need to have paper copies of, and also that you have the ability to have the provincial archives and all the things that go with it. So I really appreciate the amount of work that went into this, and the extensive learning we had during strategic planning. So I would happily make the motion that council approves the recommended amendments to the draft records digitization policy.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Okay, just have one more question, and that's in the principles item 4, that it's it's every staff member's responsibility to perform this task. I assume you have a plan at the beginning to verify that this is being followed? Yes?
Do. And although, you know, we have said every staff member, just to cover that, in each department I have what I call like my strong knowledge workers. And generally they're taking the lead in their own department as well and training, ensuring that those steps are being taken and met as well. So it'd be pretty hard for me to review every single document put in myself, so.
Okay, thank you for that assurance.
Yes, you're welcome.
All right, motion on the floor to accept the amendments of the digitization. Yeah, it is. The digit policy, no, just kidding. Anyways, if there's any other further questions or comments, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Thank you so much for coming in today. All right, looking at moving on to 7.2B, the approval of budget adjustment for the conceptual design related to the UBF grant applications. And I will go across to Mr. Director Hagan.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson. At its regular meeting held April 26, 2024, the Broadband Committee passed the following resolution. Motion by Councillor Darrell Lougheed that the committee recommends to Council a budget adjustment of $108,040 for conceptual design in relation to Universal Broadband Fund, or UBF, grant applications, and that the 2024 broadband capital project budget be increased by the same amount, $108,040, and contingency would be reduced by that same amount.
All right, thank you for that. I'm looking at any further discussion. If not, looking for a motion to that effect, please. Oh, did you have something further? Okay, I was just seeing the blinky light for a minute. So, anyway, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Eve. I would assume there was some conceptual design work in the original part of the project and also in the grant applications. Is this a requirement from UBF to advance our grant applications?
I'm not sure that question might be more appropriate through an email, Councillor Ratcliffe, just because it was discussed at a committee level.
It's a yes or no answer, is it not?
I understand that, but I believe that at this time, the committee made that recommendation, so there might be some more information in regards to the live stream of that meeting that might answer your question at that point. Director Hagan?
Perhaps I can assist, Reeve. This was an item discussed in closed session at the committee meeting. Of course, the resolution was passed in open session.
Right.
Information was provided to the committee, and as a reminder to both council and administration, based on legal advice, broadband issues are to be discussed in the broadband committee meetings, not in council meetings.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I would go ahead and make the motion as per staff recommendation. It's unfortunate that we do not have the ability to discuss some of these things in open session. Higher powers than us, unfortunately, tie the hands of us sharing a lot of those things. However, with the information that the broadband committee has, I feel that this is a very good decision on behalf of the county in order to further the needs for broadband within Clearwater County. And I hope that one day soon we will be able to share all of the wonderful things in open session.
Councillor Graham?
I will say the same thing I said at the broadband meeting. I will support this so that we can have some information for people.
Okay, thank you. All right, motion has been made by Deputy Reeve Melhoff for the staff recommendation. I will call the question. All those, oh, go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve, for that explanation. I will support this motion.
I'll call the question. All those, oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
Councillor Northcott.
My apologies. As earlier discussions in the agenda here, there was for the consideration of the tax rate bylaw. So I will not be supporting this motion. I won't be supporting this motion.
I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Those opposed? The motion carries. Moving along to the report section. We have the CAO report for May 14th, 8.1. I'll turn it over to CAO Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. So the CAO report for May 14th. The updates in council chambers. The county's IT department has continuously been working on ensuring technology in council chambers is working to its best of its capabilities. In 2024 budget, council approved funds to replace some of the equipment. Following this, 2 new monitors has been installed, replacing the old projectors, which have been repurposed for the use in the Nordegg Discovery Center and over at Ag and Community Services Department. So I'm sure council's noticed the flickering has gone away, which is really nice. Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta, FRIA, grant application. At the April 23rd regular council meeting, council endorsed the 2024 FRIA grant funding application for $30,000. On May 6th, administration was notified that the county was successful in their application. 2024 high school graduation ceremonies. The 2024 graduation ceremonies in Clearwater County are scheduled as follows. Thursday, June 6th at 4 p.m., Visions West Outreach School. Friday, June 7th at 1 p.m., West Central High. Thursday, June 27th at 2:30 is David Thompson High School. Administration is waiting to receive information from St. Dom's, at which time it will be forwarded to council. 1 counselor per high school is authorized to attend. With each invitation comes a request for the council to deliver a brief address to the graduating class.
So with that, sorry to interrupt CEO Emmons. I know some of us have had direct emails in regards to that, and I know we've been forwarding them already to Alana for that. So I'll go to Deputy Reeve Delhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I know that we are unfortunately away for the 6th and 7th. I believe all of us are signed up to be in Calgary that week at FCM. I am curious, is there a big penalty to withdraw so that one of us can stay behind and ensure that we give a proper send-off to those high school graduates? I would offer myself as tribute. If there is an opportunity without penalty to withdraw, it'd be more appropriate for the Reeve to represent us, Clearwater County at FCM, and I would be willing to stay behind and ensure that those graduates are given a send-off from Clearwater County.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. Since we are past May 11th, there is no refund option for FCM, unfortunately. And to add, sorry, we did get an email from St. Dominic's this morning, so I have the date for that in my email. I apologize.
Okay.
And I'll just let you know really quick here.
I wish I had mentioned it last week when we got the agenda item. I'm sorry.
The St. Dominic's grad is on, my email will load, June 26th at 2 p.m. for you guys to consider. And yes, sorry, the FCM.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
Do you have a date for the Caroline High School?
Okay. All right. Okay, you were gonna ask the same thing? Okay, there you go. All right, so perhaps we can discuss what we would like to do for the graduation for the 6th and 7th in regards to that, those particular two schools and who we'd like to represent as the center. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. I can coordinate with you afterwards to see if there's something else that we can make work. I just think it's important that one of us is there to give these grads a send-off, so we'll see what we can make work, Miss McLean. Or it's Mrs. Krejci. I'm so sorry, your thing says McLean still.
There we go. All right, and I, just for disclosure, I've in regards to the David Thompson High School, I was forwarded an email asking for myself to attend, so again, I've replied I am available, so the June 27th for the David Thompson High, I have replied that I would be in attendance, so for that particular one. All right, so I guess we'll wait to hear from Caroline High School, and hopefully we hear something soon, and that might be via email connection after that, so. Sorry to interrupt, go ahead, continue.
No, thank you, Reeve Swanson. So the next is Business in Blue Jeans Invitation. Camrose County and CAPE, Central Alberta Economic Partnership, have invited Clearwater County Council and Economic Development Team to attend the Business in Blue Jeans event taking place on June 12th, which is a Wednesday, from 9:30 in the morning until 3:30 in the afternoon in Camrose County. The objective for this event is to introduce Camrose County from an economic development perspective, build relationships, explore cooperative opportunities, and share inspiring messages from great speakers. As per Council's policy, authorization for attendance and remuneration is required.
Thank you. Is there any counselors that would like to attend? Okay. Okay. I guess we'll.
Are you wanting to attend?
No, I'm at a NASHA conference that time. It's 12th is a Wednesday. So, anyways. That's your golf day. Sorry, there you go. Okay, I guess we have no interest at this time. Thank you. There you go. We're good. You can continue. Ready to go, CEO Emmons. Next one, sorry.
Thank you. Next item, Economic Development. CAPE has extended, which is Central Alberta Economic Partnership, an invitation to Clearwater County Council to celebrate economic development by joining Premier Daniel Smith, ministers, and local MLAs. This event is scheduled for May 23rd in Red Deer. And again, as per Council's policy, authorization for attendance and remuneration is required.
All right, I think there are some counselors that would like to go to that, so we would need a motion for attendance. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. Unfortunately, I cannot attend. That is the 4-H show and sale day, shameless plug. So I will be at 4-H show and sale all day. But I think that it is a great opportunity for Clearwater County to attend, so I'll make the motion for other councillor authorization to attend, should they wish to do so. But 4-H show and sale is also an amazing event, should you wish to come to that.
You bet it is. All right, so get a hold of Alana should you wish to go. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right.
Thank you. Council may not have heard of Bill 20, but
May?
On Thursday, April 25th, the Government of Alberta announced sweeping changes to both the Local Authorities Election Act and the Municipal Government Act. Attached is a document from Municipal Affairs explaining proposed changes under Bill 20, Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act 2024. On May 2nd, Minister of Municipal Affairs, Rick McIver, issued a statement in which he noted that the ministry will be working with municipalities to propose amendments to the legislation.
Couldn't even get that out without laughing.
Rural municipalities of Alberta, while pleased to see the Minister McIver will be making changes, will continue to speak on behalf of rural municipalities to address areas of high concern, as noted in the attached RMA, which is our Rural Municipal Associations, analysis report and will work collaboratively with Minister on amendments. Administration is monitoring this issue and will provide updates to council.
Thank you for that. Yes, I'm sure that there'll be multiple conversations between Army President Paul McLaughlin and Minister MacIver. So thank you for that. Seeing as how that's the last item in CEO report, looking for a motion to accept the CEO report. Go ahead. Okay, Councillor Cermak. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Thank you. Item 8.2 is the Rocky Learning Center March to April highlights. I appreciate these highlights that are coming in. I know Councillor Graham sits on that board, and so appreciate the information that is being brought forth. Motion to accept the Rocky Learning Center highlights. Okay, Councillor Graham. All those in favor? And that's carried. We have the Sundry RCMP Provincial and Community Quarterly Report. Any discussion? Make the motion to accept. Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe makes that motion to accept the Sundry RCMP report. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Item 8.4 is the Rimbey RCMP Provincial and Quarterly Report. Any questions or comments on that one? Looking for a motion to accept that report. Or do you have a question, Councillor Ratcliffe?
I'm just going to make a comment that it's interesting that some of the statistics that are down in Rimbey are up in Sundry, so people are moving around. But I will make the motion to accept the report for information.
Thank you. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to Councillor verbal reports. I'll move over to Division 2. Please start.
Thank you. This is not in chronological order. I don't know why I did it this time, but yeah. So we had a couple conferences. We had the planning conference to start off with. The first day was a really cool presentation from a gentleman. I didn't write his name down, but he went to Harvard, I believe, and very intelligent gentleman. It was on design thinking. It was a very interesting presentation, I thought, and some of the things that he touched on are having groups of people together to brainstorm ideas, and you draw pictures on sticky notes and build off of each other's ideas, and there are certain rules to these sessions, like no judgment, and they have to be pictures because that gets a different part of your brain working, and all sorts of different little rules like that. I don't remember, was it an MRI machine or a CAT scan machine?
Well, he called it an MRI machine, but the pictures were a CAT scan.
Okay, so a mystery medical machine that people go into. They talked about the people who created these machines and how they didn't really think about children when they created them. And when they saw the first child who was supposed to go into one, the child was terrified. And so they had to they used their design thinking to adapt from that. And they went to places that kids like theme parks and things that children enjoy, and so they made some changes. So the nurses wear medical grade costumes, and they showed a picture, and it was a pirate theme, so it looked like a pirate ship, and all the background was all colorful and exciting, and they created a story. So the kid goes in, and it's a story, and it's not as scary for them. And it was really touching, the story that he told of a young child who went in there, the first one that they saw go in there after they made the changes. And the mom came out of the room crying after to the people. She obviously knew they were the ones who made these changes. And she said, you know, all of the sicknesses that my son has been through, and he went through this machine and he asked if he could go again. So it was a real feel-good, positive story that occurred because of design thinking. Another very interesting session was the MCDA GIS presentation by V3. Something that I personally took away from that one. So it's multi-center data analysis, maybe? I don't fully remember what it was now. I should have written that in my notes here. I remembered it as I wrote it. But so it's basically, they use the GIS systems and they can map out whatever you want. So the example that they used was the County of Grand Prairie, I believe. And they wanted mapping of where industry would go, because they're a vast industry county. And so they went through and they found the areas that industry would go to, and they marked them off, and so they could plan around there and enable industry to go there. Part of that system is to have, you know, you have a list of all the things and you kind of rate the percentages. And I personally thought that it would be interesting to do that part of the system for land use bylaw amendments to help with consistency. And, you know, you have a checklist that you go through, and I think that would be beneficial. And I feel like there's another one that I enjoyed, but I didn't write it down. So we also had the conference for Crime Watch, for crime. Our keynote speaker the one day was Kwame Osi. Is that? I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name.
Kwame Osi.
Osi. He was a CFL player, and he was in The Amazing Race. He was also a teacher. He sent a couple of students to Princeton, Harvard, and Stanford. His presentation was, the theme was Be the One. And he talked about growing up in the hood in Toronto. And, you know, he talked about his life there, which was, from my sheltered farm life, very terrifying. But he spoke about one teacher that he had in math and how she really changed the trajectory of his life because she believed in him, essentially. And the importance of believing in people, and yeah, just to support each other, and how you can basically change one person's life just by believing in them, building confidence in them. We also had a gentleman, the keynote on the last day, Dr. Leroy Littlebear. He was a very, very interesting speaker. He talked about, he kind of started with history and talked about history, and you weren't really sure where it was going, but it was very interesting. And then he started talking about how Canadians don't really have an identity, and we just sort of take on all the identities that come to Canada. And then he spoke about the importance of identity and how it helps people stay out of trouble, and the importance of using both sides of your brain, and how we usually just use the left sides of our brain now, because in his words, we ask Siri for everything, so we aren't using the right sides of our brain. He spoke about the importance of doing things with your hands, being outside. It made me think of 4-H and what an important program 4-H is, to plug 4-H again. and that you need to make sure kids have a very busy schedule to keep them out of trouble. Well, that's how you keep kids out of trouble. So he's an Indigenous gentleman, so it was, you know, there was some interesting ties to the Indigenous culture, which were really, really cool to hear about, and I would love to hear him speak again. He did a wonderful job. There was a presentation on creating resilient farms, and there was a very impressive young lady who spoke. She's on the Provincial Ag Service Board, I believe, and I didn't write her name down either. Linda something?
Yeah.
Yes, but she was very impressive, extremely intelligent young lady, and she spoke about AgKnow and the importance of farmers reaching out for mental help. So AgKnow, Ag K-N-O-W, you can have 4 free sessions from a mental health professional. And the thing that's kind of cool and unique about this is the mental health professional has an agricultural background. So they either used to farm, currently farm, or have very extensive background in helping farmers with mental health struggles. She said one thing that was very interesting to me, and it was about surveys. That surveys are not to guide policy, they are to direct conversation. And I thought that was very interesting, that comment. We also had a presentation on gangs. That was terrifying. And they spoke about the many gangs that exist in Alberta, and the symbols, like something as simple as a number could be a gang symbol. And we have a lot of gangs in Alberta, which I was unaware of, so that was an extremely eye-opening presentation. And then it's interesting when you know what to look for these gang symbols. I mean, I don't know how many they talked about, maybe 15-ish, I don't know. And yeah, they can just exist anywhere and everywhere. And on the first day, we spoke about, for me, I was the only Clearwater counselor on the first day, I believe, and we did a lot of breakout conversations. And it was really interesting. It depended on what group you ended up with, if it was really very valuable, because it was a mix of rural and urban. So I think every time but one I ended up with primarily urban people, so it wasn't super advantageous. But we spoke about encampments and the different struggles that communities face and how collaboration works throughout the province. There weren't really any rural municipalities comparable to ours there, so I was using examples for our municipality about long weekends and how, you know, the positive rides and everything that our CPOs do. And it was very interesting to hear that some municipalities have 30 CPOs. So that is crazy. Our encampment talk got a little bit heated because we had a gentleman who's he's an officer in Calgary, and he actually works with the encampments, and him versus some, I want to say, social work type jobs. It was very interesting, the heated conversations that happened there. And back to the normal work. As a counselor, I had a library board meeting for the Rocky Library Board. We went through some policies, and we have a new member, which is the new Counselor Musker?
Yeah,
Musker, Counselor Musker. So he's already been a great asset to the library board. I'm very excited that he's there. We had our amalgamation and broadband committees meetings, which are online. Drop-in session, I had 2 people.
Yay.
So shout out to them. Rocky Community Learning Center, they had their visitor from Australia come in, and it was mutually a great visit. It was very beneficial for both parties, and you can read the attached highlights for more there. They're also going to be doing some strategic planning later this month. It's the day of the grand opening of the Discovery Center, so I'm not able to attend. And then our other broadband meeting and our facilities workshop. That concludes my very lengthy report.
Awesome. That's great. Any questions for Councillor Graham? If not, move on to Councillor Lloyd, please.
Thank you, Reeve. My report will be quite short. Definitely appreciate council's and administration's efforts on a number of successful committee meetings and workshops. It's deepened my understanding of the complexities of our county and the great opportunities that are there, and has reinforced why I believe we live in the best municipality in the province. And I'll keep with that thought. And definitely on a personal note, this last couple of weeks, or maybe even the last month, has been some of the most challenging, and your prayers and well wishes were heard and felt. Thank you very much for that, and I appreciate it more than words can say. So thank you, and that's my report.
Thank you. All right. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Mallow.
Thank you, Reeve. You did a wonderful synopsis of CPAA. I agree, I thought it was fabulous. Something I found super interesting and awesome is that many municipalities had their municipal planning commissions and subdivision appeal boards there, so they can better understand land use and all of the things that go with it. Perhaps next year we can be budgeting for something very similar. I found it very informative. I really enjoyed AUC's talk on renewables and the different changes that they are trying to do to the renewable legislation based on the province's direction. I did a big synopsis of it. If you guys want it, I can email it to you. That way I don't have to spend a whole bunch of time on it for you. I tend to take a lot of notes, so if you want them, I have them. I attended with my family the 4-H highway cleanup for the province. It's always a labor of love, but it is truly amazing to see all the great volunteer groups get out there to clean the highways. I know we do it as well for the county. That was this last weekend, and the province the weekend before that. So the dishes are looking fabulous, and thank you to all the volunteer groups that volunteer to do both provincial highways and our municipal roads. And thank you to all of the vehicles that slow down when they're coming up to those highway cleanup groups. And the ones that don't, shame on you. And maybe we should have some of those 36 CPOs follow these volunteer groups and something. But the ones that do slow down, as a parent, I appreciate you. And I made sure that if you had a label on your vehicle, like for the name, I phoned the company and thanked them for making sure that you slowed down. So you got kudos for slowing down. Anyway, I also attended McHappy Day. That was so fun. So fun. The commitment that whole team has at McDonald's towards raising money for Ronald McDonald House. And as a Ronald McDonald parent, I've had to utilize the Ronald McDonald House for my sick child. Wow. Amazing group and amazing community support for McHappy Day. It was great to see so many people out to support Ronald McDonald House that day. We also did the health engagement team did a physician info session at the high school. And it was great to see a couple of students truly asking questions and trying to set themselves up for the physician track. We brought the resident that's currently working at the hospital and a physician that's working in the clinic down to meet the students, teach them how to get on the physician track, the best way to go about it, which schools do what. It was really good to do. The EAT tour, another successful educational ag tour day. I was able to go around to many of the different farms, and thank you to those farmers who open up their farm. It's not easy to do that, like to just and open it up for hundreds of grade 4 kids to come onto your farm. But it means so much to those kids, and as a farmer myself, it means a lot to me that they do that, so that these kids can truly learn what it's like to be with agriculture. So the Clearwater County and the Rocky Ag Society, it's an amazing program. And then I believe they had so many wonderful sponsors like ATB Financial and Evergreen Co-op, and I'm sure I'm missing a whole bunch of other ones, but those were the ones that I saw big signs of. So thank you to all the volunteers that day. You've made a big difference in those kids' lives, and they truly get to know where food comes from. And then another 4-H plug. I'm in full 4-H mode going up to show and sale. So that's my whole world, it feels like these days, along with making sure that those animals get fed. The Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services put on an extinguisher training for our 4-H club. So they got to go to the Leslieville Training Center and learn about fire extinguishers, and then actually shoot off fire extinguishers. Safety Depot donated a bunch of fire extinguishers for the kids to actually use, so they could have a live fire situation and then utilize the fire extinguisher to create the muscle memory of putting out a fire. So thank you to Safety Depot and Clearwater Regional Fire for putting that on. That is an invaluable life skill that those kids have learned. So it means a lot. I'm sure I'm missing a whole bunch of that stuff, but let me know if you want the notes from the conference, because I have them.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Any questions for Deputy Reeve Melhoff? Not, go ahead to Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty, the last couple of weeks have been fairly busy, sort of a blur really with work and trying to get seating and personal life things. I did attend the Community Planners Association. I did a tour with Lacombe, and I didn't know that there were so many murals that are painted on the back sides, like downtown, that are on all the backs of the buildings. It's actually really neat, and there's very limited vandalism that has happened to those murals, but they're really neat, actually. If anybody ever had a chance to go and look at them, they are quite cool. We also went and did a stop at the Len Thompson Fish Pond. That place is cool. There is a very big 5 of diamonds lure there, which was really neat to see. And also had really good discussions with some other planners and other attendees at the event. And I also did a trivia session there. It was kind of neat. The MGA, they had questions when the MGA was created. It was 1968. Longest serving premier in Alberta. I don't know if anybody knows, but it was one of the questions.
Oh.
It was Ernest Banning from 1943 to 1968. Yeah, longest serving premier in Alberta.
Put in the MGA and just didn't get to run again?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Maybe so.
Right?
Good correlation there.
So there was some really neat trivia stuff like that. Even Calgary, it was incorporated into a town in 1884. No, Calgary. And then it was into a city in 1894. But anyways, I found the history kind of interesting. I also attended the Alberta Community Crime Prevention Association. I only was there for the workshop for the one day. I don't really know how to put it into words, but it was a trauma workshop. It was actually, trauma's not always big events, but it can be small, multiple things that add up into being a bigger event. It was really good though. Probably out of all the workshops I've attended, it was probably one of the better ones. Mr. Cermak was there as well. It was, the presenter was, she did a really nice job. And I attended a library meeting. It's always a nice group to meet with at the library, and we just reviewed some policies for patron use, phone use policies. attendance policies, reviewed that, and then, yeah, some other policies as well, but that's my council report.
And I'm gonna ask you, did you use Google for any of those trivia questions?
We did not. We did not.
Okay.
We didn't. It was tempting, but we didn't.
Okay, that's fair. All right, moving on then to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Eve. I also attended the Planning Association seminar. I'm going to just add in a few highlights that I picked up that Councillor Graham didn't mention in her report. And so around this design thinking, it's not just buildings. We design policy, we design bylaws, we design procedures. So having that thinking into design out potential problems, design out extra work, I think is very appropriate to municipality. The comment that feedback from users is fundamental to that good design. That if you design in isolation, it's going to have issues. There was also the prototyping phase, which is to have a quick, cheap test of an idea or a concept to see if it passes. And the idea being to fail early and reach success quickly. One comment, see opportunities consistently, I thought was important for design thinking. There was a presentation around alternate energy, and the takeaway I got was that electric power demand is expected to triple in the next decade. And how are we going to meet that demand, especially with all these farmers and their electric trucks? There's another session, Integration for Streamlined Governments. The message there was that all relevant layers of government should be at the table to manage impacts of decisions. What would Bill 20 look like if we did that? From another attendee at one of the tables I was sitting at, I learned about the Yellow Butterfly program. This started locally in Sylvan Lake. It's centered around restaurants. McCain's is a sponsor, but this is to provide a safe place for youth. So a student or a youth with no place to go can go into a restaurant that is flying their Yellow Butterfly. They get a plate of fries, something to eat, courtesy of McCain's, and they are directed to resources in the community to help them with whatever issue they're facing. They also make bug-out backpacks so that if a youth can't go home, they have some basic supplies to get them through to the next day, overnight. So an enormous volunteer effort. A comment that really struck me is rural issues move to the urbans. That homeless people tend to move into the urban areas simply because things are closer together and there are more supports. So this is an attempt to keep some of those problems from going to the urbans and solving them locally. In a discussion around climate change and alternate energy, my takeaway on that was a comment that Canada might be a small contributor to the world problem, but we are certainly going to be affected by the results. So the storms, the floods, the droughts are all issues we are going to have to plan to deal with. My favorite session was about reviving municipal plans. Just a second. This was put on by the planning group from Lacombe County, and they related how they changed their public engagement. And they experimented with a number of options to reach that engagement, and basically they had to target different groups with a variety of methods to get that information. But the result is that they continually gather metrics. They continually measure how well their planning documents are serving the public. They get feedback on that. They produce an annual report card, and they continually adjust their policies according to this feedback. They have been doing all of this in-house. They have a $60,000 budget, which covers it, so it's not a great expense to measure their performance, communicate that to their council, and communicate it to the public. I think it's a terrific opportunity for council to make better decisions because they have better information, and for development of our administrative staff, that having these metrics and knowing where you need to go, it lets the employees kind of self-govern and start working in those directions. So I think that would be a great program to consider in our county is having those more metrics, publishing the results, sharing the results, and that also gives us growth goals to provide a better level of service. So that was an enjoyable seminar. I had an FCSS meeting last week. There was a presentation from the school division on the family support efforts. The problems that they're facing in being able to teach students, it's just alarming. The amount of hard drugs in our community, that it's not just marijuana anymore. It's getting to be a bigger problem, and it is diverting a lot of education funding into family supports so that our young people can learn. And then there was also additional discussion on the best use of the funds that we have left. There's simply not enough to go around. Later that day, I had a rec board meeting, a discussion around updating the rec master plan and updating the community priorities. There was also discussion about, or ongoing discussion, about passes or discounts for low-income families to access the recreation facilities. It tied in very much with the FCSS meeting that having those activities for young people is the best thing to keep them from getting into drugs or crime, those kinds of problems. I had my drop-in session last week, and basically no one came except at the last, the Reeve dropped in to have a visit. Saturday night I went to the Mountain Rose dinner theater, which was quite well attended and a lot of fun. I'm glad none of you were there, or you wouldn't have to see.
I have video.
It's already out there. Yeah. I won the men's dance contest with some sort of silly moves, but.
Like I said, I have video.
Thank you for not sharing. That's the end of my report.
Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. Okay, is there any other questions? If not, go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
Mine's gonna be really brief because you guys covered it all already. There's nothing to add. The only thing that I took away from the meetings that I was at, the drama one, the trauma one that I went to, it is so important that when you're dealing with somebody with trauma, that you protect yourself. It's really big time to protect yourself, because you just don't know how this is affecting you until you get away from it and you sit and think about it. And there is people out there to help you. And then in the other one, that little bear was just phenomenal. What a great speaker. He gets right down to the nitty gritty. He shoots from the hip. I kind of like that. He told you where the bear went in the bush. He doesn't make any bones about it. He tells it the way it is. I thought it was fantastic. And in the one with the farmer with the mental health, that was scary. For years, they grouped the farmers in with the city folks, and now they realize that it's a mental health all its own. And so they've really started one now. I guess the number is 988, suicide number you can call 24/7. And it's really stemmed towards the farmers, or at least that lady said that they were really looking at it that way. So that's ones that I took away from all the ones that I went to. And I went to our ag meeting. Nobody else was there from the county, so I'll talk about that one. I went to it, and we had to redo the 2 entrances in our new hub area. We have 2 entrances there, one for the wanted. And the flooring has buckled or let go or whatever, so we had our flooring go out there to replace them. They give us a bid of $1,800. And when they were taking up flooring, half the cement floor came up with it. And now I find out that in the play school room, windows keep cracking because the cement's cracking and moving. We're gonna have to replace some windows. We've already replaced them once, and now the new ones have broke again. They've had to go in before they could do the flooring on these 2 entrances. They had to put in new leveling compound to get it back up to the level that it was supposed to be at. So I don't know why. I've done lots of buildings with cement. Some of them being in service for 50 years, and they're still not coming apart. This one is less than 10. Senior housing is 11 or 12. It's coming apart.
Yeah.
Boy, there's something wrong with our building standards. Something is falling through the cracks here. And it's our buildings that are falling through the cracks. I mean, this is pretty serious when windows start cracking.
Yeah. Common problem.
So I'm just going to turn the floor back. If you got any questions, go ahead.
Do you know the name of that contractor?
Don't say it.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you for that. All right, I'll try, yes, been to some of the same conferences as some of the others here, so of course, very interesting speakers. I totally agree with what has been said and what has been shared. I loved at the planning conference the variety of breakout sessions. I have to say that they had a very good plan on their agenda. So I think Deputy Reeve and I had been 2 years ago that we went, and so it's nice to see that. Really good. Yeah. But my favorite session actually was the one on the last full day, and that was when both AB Munis and RMA presidents actually had their panel discussion, and it was about collaborative partnerships in during disaster. And they spoke specifically in regards to the wildfires from last year and the collaboration with that. Some of the comments was that firefighting training will be a trend for residents in the future, and that parts of Alberta are becoming uninsurable, unfortunately, with fire. So anyways, those were the two takeaways I had from their particular discussion. Then on the 2nd of May, I made a little trip to Acadia Valley. And Acadia Valley, the Red Deer River Municipal Users Group, were invited to tour and take part in their open house. I will send you, I had this all done, and for whatever reason, my laptop wiped out my report. If I have everything, you'll get sent here later tonight. The special areas in Acadia Valley have now got, they're going to create, or they're in the works of creating another dam off the Red Deer River. And it was very similar to the Dixon Dam. And so they had an open house with the affected, they still have to go through the environmental reports. They are 2 years into this study. They have support from not only the Ag Minister, but also Minister Schultz in this because it is a water issue. Very interesting how there's a lot of natural features that things are going to be gravity fed through this irrigation system. It's not going to, they need the big pumps in order to kind of pump it out of the Red Deer River up to the top of a hill to a reservoir, and then things will be naturally fed out to 108,000 acres of more farmable, better irrigated land. So that will help with our production. A grand total of, I think special areas has less than 500 people. Trivia question. How was special areas formed? Well, back in the day, there were 6 municipalities and nobody could pay their taxes. So the government took over and created them as a special areas. And Acadia Valley was the only municipality that actually paid their taxes. So they got to stay themselves as their municipality. Everybody else became a board. That was back in 1939. So anyways, that was a fun fact trivia for me. So. So with that, then I drove back, and then on Saturday night, on the 4th, I went to the Royal Canadian Legion. It was honoring the service awards of the vets that have served over the years. There was 2 particular in attendance that were 99 years old that served from World War II, so that was very nice to honor them that night. Again, I went to the, with Councillor Graham and Cermak to the community crime prevention, and I agree with you guys. The sessions there and the keynotes were unbelievable. My takeaway, or my favorite, even though Ag No was good for me, was the ICE, the Internet Child Exploitation session. That was riveting for me, heartbreaking. 29 million reports in 2023 in Alberta. So this spiked in June of 2020 because of online schooling, unmitigated by parents, and offenders, of course, are at home and being online because of COVID. They have 12 investigators on this. To date, they have 3,500 files, like on any given day, and they have to prioritize where the highest risk of danger to that child. Sextortion is the biggest concern. So for boys, they demand money. For girls, they demand more images. And target audience or target age is age 12. So I know he had presented to RMA 2 years ago. There are signs. He just said most parents, when they do crack a case and things are solved, he said our automatic response as a parent or whatever is, well, you shouldn't have been on the internet. That's not, those kids know that. So that's why they go in the locked bedroom or their locked bathroom to be on their devices. And he said, we got to be, as parents or as whatever, open to say, oh, this was a wrong, you got this. So the one girl that was, she committed suicide. She had been over 2 years. I remember this case, she was 16. They said her perpetrator had 90 different aliases to follow her for over 2 years. So on Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook, all of them, TikTok, everything else. So some of these perpetrators are relentless in what they are doing. So it is out there. we have to be more cognizant of the fact that this is, the more we can do the one-on-one FaceTime versus the screen time, I think as parents and as a society, we need to be bringing them more wholly into our community and doing things. And he did say anything to do with team sports is better for kids because then at least their friends will be more engaged and would say, well, you know, Sally's not feeling good today, I'm gonna go tell her mom or whatever else. So anyways, so that was my, I guess, most heartbreaking, most aha moment of that particular conference. Moving on from that, I did participate in the workshops with you all and broadband, and we are leading here today. So I will send you the information and open house from the Acadia Valley special areas, because the Red Deer Mug is how I'll say it. They are looking at doing another one east of Red Deer to create another irrigation dam east of Red Deer, and they are in the study with that. So again, coming off the Red Deer, because the Red Deer River is undersubscribed, there's 49% subscription on our subscribed water allocations for that. So anyway, oh cool. So looking for a motion to accept verbal reports. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
That dam is gonna be at quite a bit of higher level than the Red Deer River.
Yes.
And it's gonna involve quite a bit of pumping, I understand.
Yes.
Like they're talking big inch pipe to get it over there in a big area of flooding.
Actually, the areas is already
Quite
pretty natural.
deep.
Yes, quite deep. It's an existing coulee that is class AB soils. So that there's a lot of substantial savings on that end of things. But yes, they're going to have another open house in 2025. So hopefully we'll get some more information on that. I would actually, I was going to put a suggestion to RMA that they actually have this as a breakout session at their conference, because I think it's great for all rural municipalities to really be familiarized with, because water is going to be an issue in our future. And because we all know that things have to flow east, we got to send our fair share. So, but with that, but yes, you're right. There will be some big pumps. They haven't determined the size and the means of that, but they're going to withdraw 15 cubic meters per second.
Yeah.
For
it's huge.
Yeah, it is big for about. Well, they only have a 3-month pumping period to June, July, August. So anyway, all cool.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic, whoever came up with this idea, and it sounds like the Alberta government is really on it.
Behind her.
Thank you for bringing that to me, and I will
Motion?
make the motion.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Cermak, to accept the council reports. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Item 8.6, council remuneration. I know I had a little offline discussions with a few, and so anyways, I think we're all clear on a few of those. So anyway, motion to accept remuneration. Okay, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. Although, call the question, all those in favor? That's carried. Correspondence items. Any to be brought up? I'm just general. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. Are we sending a letter of support for the Mountain View Bear Smart Society? They provide a wonderful service for our community, and they're not wrong. They've lost all of their support, or almost all of the support. For example, they came and did Bear Smart courses for us. They do it all over Mountain View, and I know that it's not technically a licensed bear watched program, but they do a very good job, and they are actually ran by 2 biologists. I just was curious if we were sending a letter of support for their request for to the federal government to restore resources to the Alberta Bear Smart program.
I have a question for you on that. Would this be something as a better at a council level or through ASB?
I think council, simply because this is not ag-based, this is literally just the Bear Smart programming, not bear management practices, Bear Smart programming. I think those 2 things need to be discussed separately. This is about bear safety and awareness. There's another whole other window we can talk about later about bear management. But this is simply to do bear smart and awareness programming, that the province seems to not do anymore. So I was curious if we were gonna be supporting their endeavor to the provincial government.
Yes, open for discussion. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, I've attended their program. I found it very useful in how to prevent, but also how to try and survive a bear attack.
For sure.
And certainly in our backcountry, there are a lot of them out there. I don't know if there's any downside from supporting a support letter, but I think it would be suitable.
Yeah, it's like to the point where they even have like a bear on a rail that they release and you get to practice with bear spray. Like it's just the programming that they do is very good, and the support from the provincial government would go a long way to them even making their program even that much better and making it provincial.
I'm gonna say, on one of the ag tours, that was one of the stops where we had one of the farms that had an altercation with that grizzly bear, and they did have the bear on the rail, and yeah, it's very enlightening. It's like you barely put your hand on your hip and that bear is right there. It's like, ooh, okay, I'm not quick on the draw. So I guess I'll let you put it to a motion.
I would motion that we write a letter of support to assist the Mountain View Bear Smart program. Again, I think that there's value in this. This is about bear awareness, not bear management. So I believe those are two different conversations, and I think this is a great program to support. And I would encourage the rest of my team to support the letter. There's no monetary investment by the county, simply the time to write the letter. So I think that would go a long way.
Okay, thank you for that. Any discussion on the motion to offer a letter, to write a letter of support to the government for this particular program? No discussion, and I will call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Any further correspondence discussion? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. The other correspondence that I found very interesting to read was the letter from the Minister of Municipal Affairs, and him sending us information to assist us with the amalgamation, and the information he's sending us, according to his letter, on what was done for the interim council in Grand Cache. I found that interesting. Grand Cache dissolved, they didn't amalgamate, so I found it interesting that he's going to be sending us information on a community that dissolved, not amalgamated. So I'll make the motion to accept correspondence.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Awesome. Any further discussion on the correspondence? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor for approbation? Thank you. It's carried. Okay, so before we go, go ahead, Alana.
Thank you, Reeve. At the beginning of the meeting, we did table the minutes.
Yes.
Because there was an error in it, so thank you very much, Councillor Ratcliffe, for catching that. I had mistakenly put your name and Councillor Cermak's name in the wrong place, so I will get that corrected, but I did want to let you know that I went back and double checked, and I was worried I would forget if I waited until after closed.
Okay, that's perfect. So maybe we could lift that motion, item from the table and make a motion to amend the minutes as agreed. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
I will make that motion to accept the minutes as amended.
Oh, we gotta lift. We gotta make a motion to lift.
First, let's lift it from the table.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe makes the motion to lift the item off the table. All those, I'll call those question. All those in favor? That's carried. Okay, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I do have a question, though. Sorry, you said that it was you're switching Cermak for Radcliffe, or are we adding? Okay, so it does not change the way that vote was cast. Okay, I'm like, just making sure, because otherwise it would change the way that particular motion went, so, yeah, perfect, thank you.
Okay, so then, need a motion then to accept the minutes, regular council meeting minutes as amended. Would you like? Okay, Councilor Ratcliffe will make that motion. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. All right. So, what's left before us is a closed session, but before we go into closed session, I'll just think we should take a quick 5-minute break and a 10-minute break and then go into closed session. So, we'll take a break now. and welcome back from our break. We are now at item 10 in our closed session, or going into closed session. Need a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Northcutt, all those in favor? And that motion's carried. welcome back. We are now out of closed session. And through the discussion, we do have some motions, and the first one will go to Councillor Cermak.
I would like to make a motion that we go beyond 4:30 in our meeting today.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried.
Too late for that.
All
I was
right.
gonna vote no.
Yes. So looking at the motions, other motions that we were going to be coming out, go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I would like to make a motion that staff review the right-of-way acquisitions, back sloping agreements, and borrow pit acquisition / agreements policy.
Bring it back. Okay. Review and bring back. Perfect. Awesome. Any other comments, questions on that motion? Yeah, go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. Does that need to be stated and bring back to council? Because I fully understand that administration looks at the policies every day, all the time, is constantly reviewing them. Does that need to come back to us?
Go ahead.
And within a time frame. Do we need to space a time frame on this?
Go ahead, CEO Emmons.
If council wants to add that clarity, that it be reviewed during the 2024 year to be effective for January 1st, 2025, and to be brought back for council, absolutely.
Accept that as a friendly amendment? That's a friendly amendment. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Lyon.
I'll be supporting this motion because this policy hasn't been reviewed since 2011. I think it's much more than overdue for a review. So I'll support the motion before us.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions on the motion? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. All right. I believe we have a couple more. I'm looking for council to make motions.
I thought you had a whole one all.
No. Okay, Councillor Northcott.
I guess for the first item here, I'll just make the motion as per staff recommendation for number 1.
Okay.
Council approves the land purchase of 5.66 acres from the Northwest 739 for the purpose of future road and bridge realignment.
Thank you. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you, Councillor Northcott. And then final motion. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott, please.
Okay. I'll also make the motion that council approves increasing the 2024 Public Works capital budget by $17,000 and contingency to be decreased by the same amount.
Thank you. Any further conversation or discussion or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. All right, I believe those are all the motions coming out of closed session. Oh, one more. Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I would like to make a motion that council approves the salary increase of 2.4% effective January 1st, 2024, and endorses for signature by the Reeve and Deputy Reeve the written May 2024 to May 2025 Chief Administrative Officer Performance Evaluation for Rick Emmons.
Thank you. Any further discussion, comments on that motion? So correction on your motion?
Oh, no, now I went out of my thing. I said January and it should have been May.
Okay.
No, sorry, that was me being dyslexic a little bit.
Okay.
So my apologies.
Okay.
You were just like, get it out there.
Okay. Thank you guys for catching.
Okay. Those are correct dates, the correct dates. That's great. All right. No further comments, questions. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Thank you very much. That's 10.2. Excellent. All right. So moving on, we have adjournment at item 11. Oh, Councillor Northcott.
You're back.
Yay! All those in favor? Yay! Thank you so much.